afternoon, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosa here at WLKY alongside Matt Milosevic, Mo Rose, Suzanne Horgan. We are tracking some pretty powerful storms on this Tuesday afternoon. Here we are just about 2:20 this Tuesday afternoon. You walk outside, you can feel that heat, that humidity, that fuel you need for thunderstorms. Well, we've been talking about this risk for severe weather on this Tuesday afternoon. There it is behind me on the map. Pale yellow, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that covers just about the entire viewing area. That goes until 10 o'clock tonight. From Carrollton and points off to the northeast, another severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock. But more importantly, you can see flashing on your TV set or your computer screen. Yeah, we do have warnings that are being issued. All severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but these are supercells that are blowing up in this high heat and humidity. Some of the cloud tops, some of the storm tops, 60,000 feet in the atmosphere. The taller a cloud top, the more energy, the stronger the updraft, hence the stronger the storm. And these things are mean right now. This storm right here in southern portions of Jackson County, that's northern Washington County, this is Scott County. This storm right here is severe, likely producing ping pong ball sized hail and very strong winds that could be upwards of 70 miles an hour. Notice how it's taking on somewhat of a kidney bean shaped appearance. We've got a pendant hanging on the backside. So this storm is rotating. It's a rotating supercellular thunderstorm. Whenever you have a rotating storm, remember, I always talk about this, the chances for that storm to produce some type of severe weather, it goes way up. May not be a tornado. The wind shear in the low layers of the atmosphere fairly weak, but it bears watching. That's still possible. Right now, primarily hail producers and straight line wind producers. Suzanne just put on a storm track for us. This supercell moving off to the east-southeast. If you're watching from Tampico, Austin, Marshfield, Scottsburg, New Frankfort, Worcester, Vienna, anywhere from 2:25 to around 2:50 Eastern Daylight Time, that storm will be impacting your community, or if you live near those communities, impacting you right around that time. Please know that storm will come through with very heavy rainfall. A damaging wind gust is possible, along with some large hail. Hence the severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. Northeastern Washington County, a good chunk of Scott County, I should say, including you folks in Scottsburg, for that large hail potential and very strong wind potential as well. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that's coming out of southern Martin County in Indiana. This is in effect for you folks, the western one half of Orange County. So if you're watching from Paoli, if you're watching from Orangeville, Orleans, Prospect, French Lick, West Baden Springs, down to Youngs Creek, you are all underneath this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, you can see a hook echo on the back side. We've got a pendant hanging back. So that is a supercellular storm. It's rotating, not producing a tornado right now, but the chances for hail and a damaging straight line wind gust going up right now in southern Martin County, but pushing towards sections of Orange County here in the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. So these storms have really blossomed quite quickly on this Tuesday afternoon. As a cold front is bearing in from the north, they will continue to push southward towards the Ohio River. If you're watching from the metro, please know right around 4 o'clock, give or take, that's when we're expecting some of these storms to be moving towards the Louisville metro, really between 4 and 5, actually, the way it looks right now. And then the deeper you go into the late afternoon and evening, dinner time down near the parkways, that's be 6, 7 o'clock. And really in southern Kentucky, as we get closer to 8, 9 o'clock tonight, I think after 9 o'clock, we'll pretty much be done everywhere with the severe weather threat. But as it stands right now, powerful storms have fired up to the north of the metro by about 30 to 50 miles or so. All these storms, this broken band of supercellular storms moving steadily off to the east and southeast and heading towards the Ohio River as well as the Commonwealth. as the afternoon hours wear on and also into the early evening. Again, please keep in mind a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for Louisville and much of the viewing area. That goes until 10 o'clock tonight. Let's get you back to regular programming. We'll keep you posted.
After just one use.
Close that gavel good.
All right, folks, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosa here at WLKY alongside meteorologists Matt Milosevic, Mo Rose, Suzanne Horgan, tracking strong and severe storms on this Tuesday afternoon. Some of these storms are now producing some wind damage immediately north and northwest of the metro area. There's the live radar, as you can see, and we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings along this broken band of supercells that has rapidly fired up over the past 1 to 2 hours. Earlier today, off to the north of the viewing area, there they are right now, getting very close to the metro. We're starting to see some downpours around Louisville, but just off to the north, this storm right here in western Clark County, right around the Pekin area, reports of large trees down from a powerful microburst that came out of that storm. And you can see there's the wind gust right there, just off to the west of 65 and US Highway 31, just west of you folks in Sellersburg. This is moving off to the east and also the southeast. So it could be a wind gust that could be 60, 70 miles an hour, at least in isolated locations, certainly strong enough to bring down some trees and power lines. So that's why the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Suzanne is tracking that microburst, Perry Crossing around 254, Hamburg 255. If it holds together, we're talking River Bluff 307, could be moving into northern and northeastern portions of Jefferson County, right around the Norton Commons, the Glen Oaks subdivision, Worthington, the Ford truck plant, a little after 3 o'clock, from 3 o'clock to 3:15. So again, if you're in sections of Clark County, central and southern Clark County, potentially northeastern Jefferson County on into Oldham County, be on the lookout. That powerful supercell is moving in your direction. Potential for 60, maybe 70 mile an hour winds and even some hail with that supercell right there. We have additional strong storms that have fired up really from southwest to northeast along and north of the Ohio River. Other supercells coming into Orange County, moving off to the east-southeast. You can see some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, places like Crawford County, getting into northern Harrison County. This will also impact southwestern Washington County. Heavy rain, powerful storms up through Scottsburg, over to near Madison, all getting ready to cross over the Ohio River. So places like Trimble County, Carroll County will be impacted here in relatively short order. And the metro area will likely get into some scattered, strong, if not severe thunderstorm activity within the next 30 to 60 minutes as this entire line, broken line of supercells, continues to push off to the east and also the southeast. Once it passes through any one location, that will be it for the severe weather threat, but it looks like it will be around the metro at least for the next 1, maybe 2 hours, and then sinking south to near the parkways around dinner time, and then in far southern Kentucky as we move into the early evening. Please keep in mind a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect for all of the viewing area, pretty much all of the viewing area, and that goes until 10 o'clock tonight, and that does include the city of Louisville and, of course, all of the metro area. Hey, we'll keep you posted. We got you covered. Don't forget, away from your TV set, check out WLKY.com, our YouTube channel as well, all the social platforms. We will definitely keep you updated as these strong, sometimes severe thunderstorms move through the area. Let's get you back to programming.
Medications. Mom was prescribed Austedo XR, a once.
I thought you knew.
Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi here at WLKY. What do we have? We just about 3 o'clock here on this Tuesday afternoon. These storms are now moving into parts of the metro. We have a strong, if not severe, storm in southern Clark County that did produce some wind damage right around Pekin. Some trees knocked over within the last 15 to 20 minutes. Well, that storm is now making a beeline to the east-southeast and will be impacting you folks in northeastern Jefferson County, the rest of southern Clark County here in relatively short order. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 3:30. So this includes Prospect to Green Spring to Glen Oaks, close to Crestwood, very close to the Ford truck plant, the Barber Mead area here in northeastern sections of Jefferson County on into far southwestern portions of Oldham County, and there's Clark County. Again, we have a strong wind gust that's coming out of Clark County that did produce some wind damage. Suzanne, if you would, take me over to the velocity scan, and you can see there it is right now. That bright area of green continues to move steadily off to the east and also the southeast. This is what we call a microburst, a very small area of powerful winds that's coming out of the thunderstorm that could be 50, 60, maybe isolated 70 miles an hour, at least in a few spots, and that is racing off towards the east and also the southeast. Now, Suzanne is tracking that wind field. I realize it's already raining very heavily, likely some lightning and thunder here in northeastern Jefferson County, but we're tracking that wind field. Utica around 308, Goose Creek 309, the Glen Oaks subdivision 316. This is if it maintains its intensity and forward track and speed. Then the Norton Commons around 316, Ford truck plant 320, and then down towards Anchorage, Crestwood, perhaps even the Lake Forest area, the closer we get to the bottom of the hour. And that's why the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. You can see another strong wind gust out here in northern portions of Harrison County. That's what we're dealing with. We have these cells, these individual supercells that have popped up in this high heat and humidity that this Tuesday afternoon brought, and now some of that energy is being forced down to the ground in the form of some hail and maybe even some strong wind gusts, and that's what you're looking at on the radar scan right now. This is Harrison County, Floyd County. There's State Highway 64, 135 as it goes across northern and northeastern portions of Harrison County. Meteorologist Matt Milosevic also joining us today. Been here all morning tracking these storms. And Matt, these things have just really fired up over the past 1 to 2 hours. Some of those cloud tops are absolutely incredible. Take it away.
Jay, pushing over 50,000 feet. In some locations, close to 55,000 feet is where the tops of those clouds are. So that's 10 miles up in our atmosphere. I'm showing you storm analyzer radar because where you see those deeper shades of red, close to Sellersburg, where that severe thunderstorm warning is, pushing towards the northeastern sections of the metro. That's where we have some of those very high cloud tops. Remember, we have tons of heat and humidity out there. That's the fuel for these storms. And today, that's really turbocharged with how much heat and humidity there is out there. So these storms are able to climb quickly, but as they drop or collapse even just a little bit, that can put down those brief, strong wind gusts. There's also tons of lightning. Might even find a little bit of hail in the strongest cores with these storms as well. I not only want to bring your attention towards southern Clark County and also along the Jefferson-Oldham County line, but a little farther off to the west. I'm talking north of Corydon, between Corydon and Palmyra, starting to see some growth in that thunderstorm upwards. So oftentimes what we have seen so far over the last hour or so is once we start to get those cloud tops upwards of 45, 50,000 feet, that's when we also begin to get those downburst winds in excess of 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour, prompting those severe thunderstorm warnings. It's also occurring farther up towards the north and east as you get closer to the Cincinnati area. So we're in a very turbulent environment with our atmosphere. Remember, cold front moving in from the north and west into this very hot, humid environment. Remember, temperatures in the 90s, feeling like the triple digits. So we're going to continue to see these type of thunderstorms, I think, over the better part of the next couple of hours. They'll slowly begin transitioning from north to south across the region. But Jay, huge cloud tops and big wind gusts accompanying them. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. And we just have word that a tornado warning is being issued for Carroll County. It's this storm immediately east of Carrollton. We're going to be on for a little while here. We got a supercell storm that is rotating in our far northeastern communities. Matt was talking about the energy that these storms are tapping into on this Tuesday afternoon. I mean, dew point temperatures, upper 70s, lower 80s, so much humidity, so much heat. That's the fuel you need for storms to grow, number one. Number two, you have a cold front. You need a mechanism to lift that hot, muggy air. Well, that's what the cold front does. Finally, you need wind energy in the upper atmosphere to get these storms organized, to get them to be rotating. We've got all of the parameters on this Tuesday afternoon, and that's why we're getting some severe thunderstorm warnings. And now our first tornado warning of the day, to include the Gent area down to Easter Day. This is just off to the east of the Carrollton area. There's Carrollton. If you're watching from Carrollton in Carroll County, you are not underneath this tornado warning. It's off to the east of you, but you can see some of the wind energy, the rotating winds here that are in combination with this particular supercell moving quickly off towards the east and also the southeast. So this will soon be moving out of the viewing area, but we'll continue to track it. It's right around the VV area too. That green, those are winds that are blowing towards the bottom portion of your TV set. Red, the opposite direction. We've got that velocity couplet, that tight rotation that we watch for, and this continues to move off in an east and southeasterly direction. So we'll continue to track that. Matter of fact, it's near the Ghent area right now. Carson 316, Sparta 321. Poplar Grove right around 329, down towards Eagle Hill at 332. That'll take it out of the viewing area. All right, Suzanne, let's go to the metro now. We also have a severe thunderstorm that's coming out of Clark County, western Clark County, right around the Pekin area, the Borden area, where we did get some trees down from a microburst. That strong wind gust is presently located in south and southeastern Clark County, and it's moving towards you folks here in northeastern Jefferson County. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until the bottom of the hour. Be on the lookout for some pretty strong winds, and there's that brighter area of green. This is the microburst, the strong wind gust that we continue to track, and this looks like the leading edge is right there on the East End Bridge at this time. Do we have our Trimark camera pulled up? Let's go to the East End Bridge, Troy.
It's up on Trimark 1.
Trimark 1. Let's pop that up here real quick and show that if you could for me. There you go. So there's the East End Bridge right there. Certainly some very, very heavy rainfall. Looking at the trees, don't see much just yet. The leading edge is probably just getting there. But nonetheless, we're going to be dealing with some pretty strong winds and some very heavy rainfall. This live look from the tower cam downtown as we're looking up the Ohio River, also off to the north, northeast from the Louisville area of these storms that continue to move on through. Lots of lightning, thunder, and some very heavy rainfall along with gusty winds, at least in scattered pockets. Okay, let's go back to the radar scan now, and let's continue moving off towards the west and also the southwest. We have additional strong and severe storms coming out of Harrison County. This is Floyd County. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for those storms, and you can clearly see why. A strong wind gust right now, very close to Burnville, New Salisbury, Corydon Junction, the Crandall area. There's Corydon itself and I-64. and the heaviest of the wind field and even maybe some small hail just north of Corydon, tracking its way off to the east and southeast. So watching from central and southern portions of Floyd County, let's go all the way from New Albany and points west along 64 on through Harrison County. Be on the lookout. Pretty strong winds are moving in your direction along with that very heavy rainfall and perhaps some small hail. Then farther off to the west, we have additional very strong storms here. This is Perry County. That's Crawford County. Of course, the Ohio River. These storms moving off to the east-southeast will continue moving towards Meade County and also you folks here in southwestern Harrison County over the next several minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that cell as well. So we have these individual cells that have fired up in this high heat and humidity that this Tuesday afternoon has brought to the area. And now they're kind of congealing somewhat. It's becoming a little bit messy on the radar scan. But one thing's for sure, one thing you have to know with all this energy, we're talking about the potential for some strong gusty winds, potentially damaging winds in a few isolated locations, some hail, and even that small potential for a tornado spin up. Most of the tornado warnings today have been farther off to the northeast towards the Covington area, the Cincy area, over towards the Bluegrass region. But again, in the viewing area, far eastern portions of Carroll County, east of Carrollton, we have a tornado warning that remains in effect. So if you are in that tornado warned area, please get to your safety area immediately. Stay there until the danger has passed. Of course, that's a basement. No basement, lowest level of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside to help stop any debris that could be flying around. Zoomed in tight right now. This is Jefferson County in the northeastern portion of the county. Pretty strong wind gusts coming over the Ohio River. Right now, very close to River Bluff, getting towards the Prospect area. Looks like it is now in the Prospect area, Green Spring, and this continues to move off to the east and also the southeast. Matt, more on that tornado warning off to the northeast. What kind of rotation are you seeing in that?
Yeah, I'm tuned into the terminal Doppler radar out of CVG, the Cincinnati International Airport, and this has given us kind of a more bird's eye view of that rotation into portions of Carroll County, right along the county line there, headed in towards Owens County, closer to Sanders, as well as the Kentucky Motor Speedway. And this rotation is just about 550 feet off of the surface, so it gives us a closer look that we have that spin, that rotation that's prompted the tornado warning, the radar indicated tornado warning, but nonetheless one that shows that rotation very close to the surface, and that'll continue to push off towards the south and east, and mostly away from far eastern Carroll County, but into Owen County. So if you can pick us up perhaps on antenna down in Owen County, this is time to go ahead and take shelter if you live in northern portions of the county. Also, Jay, there's some damage that's being reported from a radar confirmed tornado in the Cincinnati area in some of the eastern suburbs over near, I believe it's Amelia. So some of these storms a little farther to the north and east, we're starting to get more confirmation of tornadoes. So we have close eyes on that, plus those downburst winds a little closer to the metro. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. Yeah, so closer to the metro now here in northern and eastern portions of Jefferson County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Pretty powerful storms moving through the northeastern portion of Jefferson County into Oldham County as well. You can see very strong wind gusts there near Green Spring, the Barber Mead area. This is moving steadily off to the east and southeast. There is some rotation showing up now in eastern portions of Jefferson County. We got to be on the lookout for this because in this type of an environment, it could lead to a quick hitting tornado. Not saying there's one out there, but we're going to be watching very, very closely for that with that wind field that continues to be very chaotic and moves steadily off to the east and southeast here in eastern and northeastern Jefferson County. So there's the broad scan, the big picture. You can see this batch of severe weather all the way from southern Ohio through Cincinnati, right down into northern parts of the metro, and then out 64 across southern Indiana, all being kicked off by this cold front that will bring refreshing air to the region tomorrow. But the transition from the hot, muggy stuff we have now to that cooler, refreshing air, this is the byproduct, the severe weather that is breaking out. A lot of wind energy in the atmosphere that's accompanying this cold front, and now some of that wind energy is being pulled down to the ground by these strong and severe thunderstorms. So severe thunderstorm warning for that wind field right there. Maybe a little bit of subtle rotation trying to show up as well. We'll watch it closely. And again, this is very close to Green Spring, just south of the Snyder. There's the Snyder 71 interchange right there. And it looks like it's very close to Barbermead, Langdon Place, moving steadily off to the east and also the southeast. Just know anywhere in eastern Jefferson County, be on the lookout for a very strong wind gust and maybe a little bit of small hail along with that heavy blinding rainfall as well. Okay, Suzanne, let's pull out. Let's go a little bit farther off towards the west, if you will, and check out the other big storms that are moving across southern Indiana. 64 and points off to the west, powerful storms, much like the one that's here in northern and eastern Jefferson County, producing strong gusty winds in scattered locations, very heavy rainfall up and down, well, crossways on 64, I should say. It is a rough go on that stretch of roadway right now. See the brighter greens showing up here, eastern Harrison County, and then back into Crawford County. So we got very strong winds blowing out of some of these thunderstorms, some of which are producing wind gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour, capable of bringing down a few trees and some power lines. Right now, that tornado warning, Matt, that looks to be farther off to the northeast. Is that rotation moving out of the viewing area?
It is. That's going to be moving into Owen County. So that is definitely some good news for our viewing area, at least for Carroll County. The best rotation right now is just north of the Sanders area. So extreme east and southeast Carroll County, right along the Carroll-Owen County line there. So you want to watch that rotation still very carefully because, again, off of the Doppler radar from CVG, we can get a little lower down on this storm and still see that there's good rotation there. Also, Jay, you were just showing, too, I think we got a strong wind gust that's coming right in towards the Lanesville, Georgetown area, too, with that storm. So severe thunderstorm warnings posted for that. But, yeah, really starting to pick up the activity right now.
Okay, Matt. Thank you very much, sir. Do appreciate that. So that's why we're on right now with you. We've been talking about this potential severe weather outbreak for this Tuesday afternoon, early evening. It is upon us as this cold front is moving through. Many of these storms were supercellular in nature. They're now starting to conglomerate somewhat, but still having the potential to produce scattered, very strong wind gusts, extremely heavy rainfall, and even that small possibility of a tornado spin up, especially as you move up the I-71 corridor. You can see some of the rainfall rates, the flooding potential with some of these storms also starting to increase. So we'll be on the lookout for that as well. Suzanne, as far as the cloud tops are concerned, let me see that real quick, if you would, please. See these purple shades. Suzanne, still 60,000?
55,000, 60,000 into, you can see just north of Oldham County, into Oldham County, 55,000 feet. And sometimes when these storms have been collapsing, Jay, that's when we've seen some of those microbursts as well.
Yeah, no question about it. You know, why I like to look at those cloud tops is because the higher those clouds are in the atmosphere, the stronger the storm, the stronger the updraft. So we like to track that. If we start to see those cloud tops coming down, we know that storm is starting to collapse, potentially weakening. But in that weakening phase, it can bring down all that heavy rainfall, and you can get that sudden gust of wind at the surface. We call it a microburst, and that can cause wind damage. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning issued for that strong wind gust that came out of Clark County, moved across northeastern Jefferson County. brand new severe thunderstorm warning for the east end, eastern Jefferson County, southern Oldham County, as well as Shelby County, and it catches sections of Spencer County as well. There's the wind gust right there on the east end. That's 71. That's the Gene Snyder, getting very close to Anchorage, Pee Wee Valley, the leading edges, and this will continue to cruise its way off to the east and also the southeast. You saw that brighter green shade. That's where the wind is the strongest right now and the most chaotic as well. And more powerful storms farther off to the west. Matt, what do you have?
Yeah, Jay, just wanted to add to what you were pointing out with this new thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service did put a tornado tag on that one, so the potential there for some of that rotation, you can kind of see where the strongest winds there in the northeastern portions of the county were kind of bowing out just a little bit. So sometimes on the northern edge of that, we can start to get little areas of rotation. The atmosphere would support a few spin-up tornadoes today, even though the main concern is going to be these straight line wind gusts, that very heavy rainfall as well. So watch for ponding on roads, even a little bit of flash flooding a possibility. But yeah, just wanted to give a quick update on that, Jay, that the National Weather Service at least has eyes on the potential for a brief spin-up tornado there with some of these stronger and rotating winds within these storms.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So again, continue to track some pretty strong, if not severe, storms down through the metro area. Here it is 3:18 on this Tuesday afternoon, and the biggest storms are now tracking into portions of the metro and west to east along the Ohio River. They will continue to settle southward as the afternoon hours wear on. But you can see this is the east end from St. Matthews out, let's call it Shelbyville Road to near Middletown. Then you get over towards the Eastwood area up to near Anchorage. Very heavy rainfall. Matt was talking about the chaotic wind field in this zone. So we'll be watching for not only a potentially strong damaging wind gust in isolated locations, but yeah, there's at least that small chance for a quick hitting tornado spin up. Don't see it right now, but what I do see, chaotic areas of wind, strong wind here on the east end and then farther off towards the west. Hey, Matt, real quick, seeing something there in eastern Jefferson County. Let's close in a little bit tighter here, Suzanne. This little, what looks like a little hook trying to form here right around Anchorage. What do you see there?
So that was part of where about a scan or two ago on the radar, Jay, there was just maybe a weak little hint of some rotation that was a little closer. Okay. I say a little closer to being a little more concerning. And I'm going to show you that on Storm Analyzer radar over on our bigger monitor here, if we can go over to it, because I want to show you real quick. This is from about one scan ago. There was just a little more of a hint in the northeastern parts of the county that we were starting to get some of those reds and greens together, showing that little bit of rotation just south of 71, just inside the Jefferson County line there, south of Crestwood. So let's see. So the northeastern side of the county, and it was kind of pushing on off towards the east and southeast. But in the latest scan that you have, Jane, we're just showing it looked a little less. It looked a little more kind of flat or chaotic, if you will. So that, I think, was one scan that we're a little more concerned with, and the latest one has been at least a little bit better there, but definitely worth monitoring.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Matt. Do appreciate it. We will continue to watch that very, very closely. At the minimum, some strong, gusty, potentially damaging winds in isolated locations here on the east end, in between the Watterson and the Snyder, very close to Middletown, very close to Douglas Hills, the Anchorage area. This is pushing towards you folks in Lake Forest, and then out Shelbyville Road to near Valhalla, the Eastwood area, and soon to be Simpsonville. And this is the region that is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for the next several minutes. At least the chance for some high wind gusts that could cause some tree damage, maybe even some power line damage in a few spots. Suzanne is putting on the storm track for us, and you can see Anchorage now, Middletown 323, Valhalla Golf Club 328, out towards Eastwood and Long Run just after 3:30 Eastern Daylight Time. That's when maybe some of that stronger wind could be impacting you if this thing maintains its intensity and its forward track and speed. Hail And I think the hail threat is coming down. Could be some pea-sized hail in a few spots, but that should be just about it. The tornado warning that was in effect for eastern sections of Carroll County. Suzanne, if you would please take me up there. Well, that storm, okay, here's the eastern edge of Carroll County, all right? And that storm is now out. This is now in northern portions of Owen County. So if you're watching from eastern Carroll County, the worst of that storm is to your east, is moving away from you. That's the good news. So if you're in Easter Day, say, for example, or Worthville, even Sparta, the Carson area, it looks like the worst is now just off to your east. So some good news there. That tornado warning should be allowed to expire now for eastern portions of Carroll County. Okay, let's pull back out, kind of reset here. Here we are, 3:22 on this Tuesday afternoon. Strong to severe storms now right through the Ohio River area, all the way from Cincinnati down through sections of Trimble County, Carroll County, Henry County, Oldham, Shelby, right through the metro, and then out 64 westbound into southwestern Indiana. These big, powerful storms really fired up in a very short time. About 60 miles farther off to the northwest, grew in intensity and have been moving south and southeastward ever since. Once this grouping of storms gets through any one location, and that should happen here in the metro, I would say probably within the next hour. By 4:30, certainly 5 o'clock at the latest, the worst of the weather will be south of the metro. That should be it for the severe weather threat. Still a chance for a few showers, maybe a rumble of thunder right on into early evening, but this is the main show, so to speak. This is the severe weather threat that is now moving into the metro. And along this chaotic line of thunderstorms, we're getting these scattered strong wind gusts capable of bringing down trees and a few power lines as well. So we'll continue to monitor the situation. Don't forget that severe thunderstorm watch continues until 10 o'clock tonight, and that goes for the better part of the viewing area. But I mean, you have to think that's basically from the line of storms and points off to the south. So if you're watching from places like Salem, Scottsburg, even Madison, you're pretty much out of the woods now as far as severe weather is concerned, as the main batch is pushing off to your south and shoving through the metro right now. Guys, any reports coming in?
Quite a few, actually. One just came in from Oldham County, Highway 1793, Reading Road. We've got power lines and multiple trees down in that area. That's Goshen. And then also, just going back from that storm that was in Pekin, the 11,000 block of Honey Run Road is blocked with a large tree.
Gotcha. So the damage reports are now coming in. These strong and powerful storms putting down these severe wind gusts on a scattered basis. Looks like another one moving through far east and southeastern Harrison County as well as Floyd County. This is immediately off to the southwest of New Albany. That's, of course, is the Ohio River. This is western Jefferson County. So be on the lookout right around Rubbertown. Be on the lookout down near PRP Valley Station. There could be a strong wind gust heading in your direction from that storm right there that's moving its way off towards the southeast. So anywhere from Shively, PRP, Valley Station, the Dixie Highway area, there's the Ohio River, Rubbertown in this general vicinity. That's southern Floyd County, eastern Harrison County, right around Bridgeport, for example. We got a very strong wind gust that's coming through that area. So the west end, the far east end, dealing with strong wind gusts capable of bringing down trees and some power lines. Not only here in the metro, but now we'll take you into southern sections of Oldham County as well as Shelby County, where severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect, from Crestwood down to Shelbyville, even into the Mount Washington area. Suzanne, that wind gust that you're tracking right now looks like right around Lake Forest up to Pewee Valley. Hopefully It seems to be weakening somewhat. Do you see
looks
that?
a little bit. You know, on radar, none of this has looked. We've been able to pick up, I think, the strong wind gusts the best, Jay, when we've been pulling up the shear detector.
Yeah.
I think that has been really what's been able to show in this particular environment. That has been able to show us, I think, where we've been dealing with those stronger wind gusts versus like the base velocity for us. So I think that is pretty close to what we've been dealing with here when we kind of put this back into motion. I'm going to take these warnings off and just show you this really quickly because I think that's a better indicator of some of the stuff that we've been seeing so far with that rotation detector. I think that coincides pretty well with where we have had reports of damage as well. So certainly it's been a weird situation. You know, it's July. We're seeing these really powerful storms, a ton of wind energy. And you were mentioning it. There's been a lot of fuel for these storms as well, with it being so warm and so terribly, terribly humid. That is basically just throwing gasoline on a fire here. So now these storms have kind of congealed. You were showing us earlier, Jay, when they were more supercellular in nature, more discrete cells. Now they've kind of congealed into more of a band of just messy storms out there.
Yeah, and actually, you know, that's good news as far as the tornado threat goes. So that might be bringing down the tornado threat. Not entirely over with, but bringing it down. And hopefully that trend will continue. Now this is becoming a heavy rain threat. This is becoming a damaging wind gust threat, at least in scattered locations. And you can see new warnings now being issued farther off to the south of the line. Eastern portions of Breckinridge County, all of Meade County right now, probably the northern 1/3 of Hardin County, just north of E-Town, just about all of Bullitt County, certainly just about all of Jefferson County and the metro, and then that'll take us into the western 1/2 of Spencer County, far northern Nelson County. That's Shelby County right there. If I called out your county, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for that chance for scattered strong wind gusts. Certainly some very heavy rainfall. Looks to me the absolute strongest winds right now have gone from the east end to the west end. The east end storm seems to be weakening just a little bit, but boy, near Shively, the St. Denis neighborhood, and then over towards Greenwood, the Rubbertown vicinity, immediately north of PRP, immediately north of the Waverly Hills area and Valley Station. That, Matt, is a strong wind gust. We're going to have to be on the lookout for maybe some tree damage or some power line damage as that wind gust continues to move across the west end. Already picking up some power outages, correct?
Yeah, Jay, that was also part of the storm that rumbled right on through Lanesville, Crandall, that area with some strong wind gust. And yeah, we're starting to get reports with these trees and power lines down. We're beginning to pick up some outages that go all the way from Jefferson County, Indiana, Madison, down to Clark County, and in the metro. LG&E only reporting a couple hundred outages in Louisville, but I just checked in with LG&E, and even though it's not showing up on this map in Oldham County, 1,850 without power with the recent reports of those trees down in and around the Goshen area. So we may start to see these numbers climb as the thunderstorms continue to rumble. But that is a reminder for make sure you have your laptops and your cell phones charged, because you can stream this coverage if you're not already doing so on WLKY.com, our mobile app, and many of our social media channels, including YouTube. Jay?
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So back to the radar scan, we are tracking what could be a pretty strong wind gust. See the leading edge of that heavier rain shield right there on the west end. That's moving steadily off to the east-southeast. And I looked on the radar, there could be winds in that zone 50 to 60 miles an hour. So be on the lookout. We're talking Churchill Downs, right around 335, the leading edge could be reaching your area. And I realize you've already seen heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. This is a potential damaging wind gust right now that I'm tracking, the way it looks on radar right now. If it holds together, Fair and Expo Center, 338. International Airport, right around 340. To Okolona, to Newburgh, to Highview and Fern Creek in southeastern Jefferson County. If it holds together, it will be approaching you folks a little bit closer to 4 o'clock. So this will continue to move its way east and southeast across sections of western and southern Jefferson County. It's that area of red, deep red, and brighter green. That's where there could be scattered wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe a little bit more than that, so we'll watch very closely. I don't see any tight rotation. I don't see any tornadic rotation at this point in time. This looks to be a straight line wind gust coming out of this thunderstorm. But still, hey, wind damage is wind damage, right? And these storms are producing some scattered pockets of wind damage, power outages, as Matt just alluded to, as trees are coming down, and even some power lines being brought down as well. So we'll continue to watch this as everything moves off to the east and also the southeast. All right, folks, let's kind of reset here. If you're just joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, it's been hot, it's been humid. Heat index values have been up around 105, 106. That's all changing because the transition is working in from the north. Right now, this was the top of the hour before these storms moved in. Felt like 102 here in town, 104 off to the south. Little better, still hot, but a little bit better the farther north you go. But the transition from the real hot and muggy air mass we now have to a much more comfortable air mass by tomorrow morning, that's what's kicking off these thunderstorms. A live look from the tower cam downtown. I can't even make that out. The rain's coming down so hard. Are we looking down the Ohio River? Looks like it, huh?
Yes, we're looking a little bit farther to the east to check that out. And then I wanted to show you, Jay, you were tracking some of those storms as they were moving closer to Dixie Highway, a little bit closer to the Shively area. This is right near Crump's Lane, where we're giving you a live perspective of what you were just showing and tracking on the radar. So again, that's a look at 264, a little bit closer over to Dixie Highway, where you can see some of those trees blowing there, and certainly that stronger wind gust that we're also monitoring after that particular storm has a history of producing some damage.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So again, as these storms continue to track east and southeast through Louisville, very heavy rainfall, pockets, not widespread, but pockets of strong winds that could be 50 to 60 miles an hour, and you can get a tree down. Nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued along this powerful line of storms that now extends from Shelby through Louisville, all the way back off to the west and southwest. And it does include you folks in Brandenburg, Shepherdsville, just north of E-Town. And these storms will continue to settle south and southeast as the late afternoon hours wear on. I think by the time we get towards dinner time, all the storms will be west south of the metro, likely even south of the parkways. And the deeper we go into the evening, everything will settle south into Tennessee, and we can breathe much easier as we get away from this severe weather threat. But as it stands right now, just after 3:30 on this Tuesday afternoon, dealing with strong and severe storms, tracking their way off to the east-southeast, capable of producing some gusty straight line winds and very, very heavy rainfall right through the metro area as we speak. All right, back to our wind gusts that we continue to monitor. So we'll talk about the west end, we'll go over to the east end, all right? From Beachmont, especially the Hunter's Trace area, Dixie Highway in between the Watterson, down to just north of 841, down to near PRP, for example. We got a strong wind gust right here on the west end. This is going to cross over Dixie Highway and continue to move its way off to the east-southeast. So Waverly Hills, Parkwood, Auburndale, we just got a radar update, and you can see that wind gust has made its way a little bit farther east-southeast. That's really blowing right now, 50, 60 miles an hour. Cannot be ruled out.
Interesting to see, because that's going to move right over the airport, so it'll be good to know, obviously getting a report from there, exactly what's going on and what they're getting on the ground.
Okay, then we go over to the east around Fisherville. This was a very powerful wind gust at one time as it came out of southern Clark County, where it produced a little bit of damage, produced a little bit of tree damage in northeastern Jefferson County. It has weakened somewhat, but still some gusty winds here in eastern Jefferson County, just outside the Snyder, and then on into south and southwestern Shelby County. So if you're watching from, let's call it Finchville, back into far southeastern Jefferson County, still some strong winds could be moving in your direction, and that's why you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. No tornado warnings anywhere in the viewing area. That's the good news. All the tornado warnings, the better spin in the atmosphere that these storms have been able to tap into and bring down to the ground, that's been farther off to the northeast, where we have had confirmed tornadoes up around the Cincinnati area, for example. But again, we don't see any of that in our region. And going forward, at least in the short term, I don't see any tight rotation that would scream tornadic weather. What we do see is some straight line winds, some very strong winds moving across western portions of Jefferson County, west and southwestern Jefferson County, on into Harrison County as well.
Yeah, and Jay, I'm going to pull up some of those cameras just to give us some perspective, ground truth, if you will, of what's going on with some of those stronger wind gusts. That, again, right here at 264, a little bit closer over to Dixie Highway. And you can see, obviously, quite a bit of lightning here as well. So we have thunderstorm warning, obviously, for the metro, and we're giving you a live look from the metro. This is a check here of the Waterston over by Shelbyville Road, and you can see that rain is coming down 71 right at the Barber Lane overpass. Now, notice here, this is what it looks like at the Lewis and Clark Bridge in the east end. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see you look just fine. What we're going to be transitioning to, I think in some cases, Jay, may actually be a bit of a flood threat as well. So I do want to point out that obviously we've seen quite a bit of rain that has moved through. So that is a dangerous phenomenon, as we know, obviously with the flash flood risk. So let's check that out really quickly if we could. I'm going to pull off some of these warnings and just show you an area a little bit farther off to the west where we're going to be looking at a high risk of seeing some of that flash flooding, and that would be back across areas of Meade County, moving into Harrison County, as well as into portions of Crawford County. So obviously we have a lot of people who are leaving work right now, so we want you to be exceptionally careful. We have had a lot of flooding issues. It doesn't get quite as much attention as a tornado warning, but we still want you to be super careful as you're heading out, especially as we're heading into our evening commute time, especially as that continues to push down a little bit closer to the parkways for tonight.
Great point. Thank you, Suzanne. Do appreciate that. So again, watch out for the heavy rain, potential flood threat over the short term, especially off to the west of the metro. Aside from that, still very heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and thunder right through Jefferson County and areas east and west as this line of thunderstorms, at times severe, continues to sink off to the southeast, producing some strong winds in scattered locations as indicated by these brighter areas of green and even a little bit of red. So you're talking Audubon Park to Linview, very close to Okolona, down towards Minor Lane Heights, just north of Fairdale. You can see these brighter shades. And how about that wind gust that's moving across Valley Station as we speak, and that will continue to move towards the Jefferson County Memorial Fair in relatively short order. So down to street level mapping, there you go, Valley Station Road, 3rd Street, of course. There's Waverly Hills. Very, very strong winds look to be ongoing in this region of southwestern Jefferson County, settling quickly off towards the south and also the southeast. Mo, what do you got?
I want to show you Trimark 2, if we can pull that up. I want to show you how heavy this rain is coming down. In fact, Trimark has said that the left lane is blocked with water. It is coming down so heavy. That's actually Trimark. Let's do Trimark 2. Let's hold that up instead on links 2. There we go. So look at that. It is just coming in so heavy. We've got the left lane blocked. That's 64 eastbound. You're going to be seeing some ponding in the roadways. Here's another view out by the 9th Street ramp and 64. Here's another view. I mean, it is tough to see. It is coming down incredibly heavy. So they think they might have pulled up a different camera. But either way, I want you to watch for ponding on the roadways. You have to be driving through this over on Trimark 2. I guess Suzanne has a camera now.
They pulled up that they have links 1 up versus that, but we can pull up that camera that you were talking about too, right there.
There you go. Here's another. I mean, if they want to pull up links 2, I have it. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it is coming in sideways, and with all of that wind, I mean, that's a little bit. If we go further to south, you were just pointing out over by Valley Station, that incredibly high wind gust, that's going to be pushing in here in the metro. It's going to be very dangerous to be driving in that as well. Just looking at the way that rain is coming in. And now we've got the left lane blocked, like I said, over on 64 near the bottom of the screen. It's kind of tough to see, but there is some ponding in the roadway and the left lane is blocked with water.
And interestingly enough, Mo, we actually had last weekend in the exact same spot on 64. So that is as you're heading eastbound on 64 right near 9th Street, I believe. And we actually had about 5 different accidents in that same spot about 2 weeks ago. So you're right to point that out, and the dangerous nature, of course, of flooding. If we switch back over to Links 1, we can show you some of the areas that we were talking about as far as those stronger wind gusts over into the Valley Station area. So this is going to be moving into the Jeans Center in relatively short order, right along 3rd Street Road, a little bit closer over to Bear Camp Road, and right near New Cut Road. Also, as we take you a little bit closer over to the airport, obviously some very strong winds there, so that'll be good to know when it passes through the airport exactly the strength of some of those winds that we're currently seeing as this line of storms pushes down to the south.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. And there it is, right through the metro area and points off to the west and east. A lot of concrete out there. Meteorologist Matt Milosevic. We've got some flood advisories going on with some ponding that could be occurring. What do you have for us?
Yeah, just to build off what Mo and Suzanne were saying and all the heavy rain that's behind you on the radar, Jay, we do have some flood advisories, and they're in the counties that are kind of highlighted in that lighter shade of green. It includes the metro and Jefferson County, Shelby, Oldham, Clark, Floyd, Harrison County, back over to Crawford and Perry County as well. So we start to make those plans if you're headed home from work, or maybe you have something to get to here for a late afternoon errand. You may want to just let this pass on by, get this heavy rain out of here so some of that water can start to drain into the sewer system, because right now we are getting into at least some reports of some minor flooding across the area. Flash flood warnings are up closer to Cincinnati. They're getting hit pretty hard by the storms as well. We'll see if that occurs. Closer here with still some very, very heavy rain coming down across the metro. You can hear it outside our studio doors as well. Jay, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. Great information there. Also, we're getting some tree damage in spots around the metro. Mo, what do you have over there? You got some pictures coming in.
Oh, well, yeah, this is actually live video. We have one of our photojournalists out there in Sellersburg. This is at Perry Crossing and Covered Bridge, and they are trying to remove several trees that went down.
Shane, do you have that? Take that for us if you can.
There we go, yes. And so this is a view in Sellersburg, and they are trying to remove some trees that went down over on Perry Crossing and Covered Bridge right now. So a lot of debris, and I believe there was 3 trees that went down in this area. So they have been chopping those up and trying to get them out of here for the last 20-30 minutes. So hopefully once they get that cleared out, everyone can use Perry Crossing, hopefully before the evening rush. But right now you are not able to get through in this area. Again, that's in Sellersburg after those storms just rolled through and knocked down those trees.
Okay, Mo, thanks so very much. So that's what we're dealing with, at least on a scattered basis, from this line of storms that came in from central and southern Indiana, now through the Ohio River area, pushing south of the Ohio River. Still that threat for some damaging wind gusts on a scattered basis as these storms move through the metro and continue moving off towards the south and also the southeast. There's the big picture. You can clearly see from southern Ohio, south of 71, right through Jefferson County, and then out Interstate 64 westbound. That's where these storms are located, tracking steadily off to the south-southeast. This line of storms is exactly that. It's now a line, but just an hour, 2 hours ago, they were individual supercells. So that's when the tornado potential was a little bit more so. I think that potential has come down quite a bit, at least for our area. More of a straight line wind gust, more of a very heavy rain threat, at least for a short time. And as a result, we could be looking at some ponding, some localized flash flooding. You can see what I'm talking about. The tornado threat is farther off to the northeast. That's Interstate 75. That's Cincinnati up there. So it's up in that region and points northeast. For us, we're talking about heavy rainfall and damaging straight line winds in scattered locations. Not everybody will see these very powerful winds, but they are out there. So let's go ahead and close in on the metro area where severe thunderstorm warnings remain for the next several minutes, really all the way from Shelby County through the metro, off towards the west, southern Harrison County, and point south. Boy, we got some heavy rainfall in here, a lot of lightning and thunder, and also some sporadic strong wind gusts. Suzanne, show us that shear once again. And yeah, you can see where the stronger winds are now located. Looks like central and especially southwestern portions of Jefferson County, close to Fairdale, and down to near the Jefferson County Memorial Forest. This will cross over into northwestern Bullitt County here in relatively short order. So the leading edge of that higher wind field looks to be right around Minor Lane Heights, Fairdale, and then down to near the Jefferson County and Bullitt County line there off to the southwest. And that's going to push into Bullitt County here in relatively short order, hence the severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect.
And I wonder, have we gotten any reports of any wind gusts from the airport? You guys have
36 miles per hour.
Only 36.
36, okay.
Yeah, so you had 36 there. I would argue that that was on the eastern edge of the highest wind gusts. So I think as you get closer towards Valley Station and now heads up towards West Point, the Bullitt County line as well, that could be a solid 50-mile-per-hour wind gust at the very least coming on through. And also with those warnings, I want to give a heads up towards the Brandenburg area. There looks to be a pretty strong wind gust coming right for you here in the next minute or two. It's already hitting Mockport and likely going to cross the Ohio River into the Brandenburg area shortly.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. Mo, you got some flooding going out there,
I sure
localized
do.
flooding. What camera is that?
Now, this is Trimark 1, but if you want to pull up Lynx 2, that will show you. Now, we showed this a little while ago, maybe 5 minutes ago, and it wasn't nearly this much water. It was just the left lane. Now it's the left and center lane. This is 64 East around the 9th Street exit. And, you know, you do not want to be driving through these this area of high water. But, of course, when you're coming in so quickly, you don't see it until the last minute. So I want you to be super cautious if you are going to be driving through this area later. Stay as far right as you can to try and avoid that rain. Suzanne said this happened last week, and there were about 5 accidents in this area because of the poor drainage. I do also want to point out along 64, take a look at the sky. We're already seeing clearing behind this.
Yeah, no question about it. And it looks like things will continue to quiet down from north to south as we move deeper into the afternoon and certainly into and through the evening as the main severe weather threat will continue to slowly push southward towards the parkways and then south of the parkways closer to dinner time and then out of the Commonwealth altogether the deeper we go into your Tuesday evening. But we still have quite a bit of instability even behind this line. It has come down, but you can still see a couple of showers trying to pop even behind the main line. So we'll watch for this activity as everything settles south. Of immediate concern, severe thunderstorm warnings that continue for sections of Shelby County, northwestern sections of Spencer County, all of Bullitt County, through the metro, I'd say about the southern 2/3 of Jefferson County now, and then back off towards the west, south of 64, along the Ohio River, on into Breckenridge County, Hardin County, as well as Meade County. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for heavy rainfall, certainly, and sporadic wind gusts that could be upwards of 50 and 60 miles an hour. We were talking about the airport. Highest wind gusts between 30 and 40 miles an hour. That's not severe. But you know what? On the east end, also on the west end, it looks like we did have winds upwards of 50 to 60 miles an hour in scattered locations. And now some of those power outages are really starting to come in to our weather computer system. We'll show you those here in just a little bit. Still looks like some pretty strong winds could be ongoing far southwestern Jefferson County, northwestern Bullitt County, kind of chaotic there near the Ohio River and just north of Brandenburg as well. You know what? We've been watching things very closely. We don't see anything that resembles tornadic weather right now. The storms are becoming a little bit more discombobulated. Their structure isn't as clean, if you will, as what it was 1-2 hours ago. And that's great news. I mean, still, they have the threat to produce strong winds, very heavy rainfall, but that tornado threat is dropping off. Having said that, this is a pretty strong wind gust, as you can see. Looks like it's right on top of you folks in Brandenburg right now, on northward into southwestern Harrison County. I mean, we're pinging winds on the radar scan upwards of 50, 55 miles an hour. And Suzanne, I don't think that's very high in the atmosphere.
No, I don't think it is either. In fact, we're only about 1,400 feet up. And I was going to try to get a few more towns on here just to give you a little bit more perspective of a few more locations. So this is near Morven's Landing, right near Brandenburg, Mockport. That's going to be heading into Brandenburg Station in the next several minutes. And Davidson, Gurley Landing, Rockhaven, heads up there. Certainly we're expecting to see some of that stronger wind energy head your way as well. So that has been so far what we've picked up on radar, the strongest signal that we've seen on radar as far as those wind gusts are concerned. So pretty good indication right along 135 of some powerful winds there crossing right over the Ohio River that we'll be watching obviously very, very closely for you as that storm continues to kind of dive down to the south. And then it looks like another severe thunderstorm warning now, Jay, for portions of Spencer County and also into Shelby County, right along that line that you've been tracking for us.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Yep, there's the extension right there that Suzanne talked about. And this carries on down southeast. That's Washington County right there. There's Anderson County, and there's Franklin County as well, and that includes the capital city. For that grouping of storms that's coming out of eastern Jeff and also central Shelby County, moving off towards the southeast. So very heavy thunderstorms lining up west to east right through the metro. It's been raining quite heavily in the same locations for the past 20 to 40 minutes. Already we've seen a little bit of street flooding going on some of the Trimark weather cameras. We've also seen some trees knocked over as well, at least in scattered locations, and some power outages. Matt was talking about significant power outages in Oldham County. Well, there you go, now upwards of 1,500. Almost 1,000 across Jefferson County. That will likely go up. And then you get up into the Owen County area. Also, that's where a tornado likely passed through. We'll have to see about that, but significant power outages up that way as well. So again, an event that didn't rake over the entire viewing area, but certainly an event that produced scattered pockets of wind damage and also some localized flash flooding. That threat certainly continues right now through portions of the metro.
And you were talking about the flood threat. What I'm going to do, Jay, is I'm going to pull off some of this and just show you an indication of some of the locations that our radar product is concerned into northern Harrison County. Very heavy rainfall being shown up there. We're definitely going to be looking at the potential for some problems. Mo was showing us, of course, some of the problems that we were seeing just on 64 as you were traveling eastbound there. So certainly some flooding concerns out there. Over the past, let's say, hour, it depends. We'll pull up the flash flood risk for you and show you some indications over right along 265, that high risk of flash flooding into portions of Harrison County, a high risk of flash flooding, and certainly into areas of northern Meade County. That's where our radar is pinging that you have a very high risk of flash flooding. We've already seen some flash flooding so far in the metro with these very, very healthy storms moving through. You know, you could feel the humidity in the atmosphere. As soon as you stepped outside today, we have a very moisture-rich environment. And when you have a situation like that with storms that are really not moving all that quickly, that's when we're going to be looking at some flooding concerns. And we have seen some flooding concerns in addition to some of the storm damage that we've already been reporting across some sections of Oldham County, over into portions of also southern Indiana into the Pekin area. We've also had reports of some tree damage and, of course, some power outages as well that we were just showing you.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So again, we're going to continue to track these strong and severe storms as they settle slowly southward across the Commonwealth, still affecting a large chunk of Jefferson County, where they have actually slowed down their forward progress, their forward speed just a little bit. So we're kind of getting a training effect going on. So we've got to watch out for some areas of high water. And as Suzanne and Mo have been alluding to, man, we're getting closer and closer to that evening commute. So if you're watching from work, you're at home, you have to get out, let these things get on through. They will eventually settle south. Quite a few CGs out there as well, cloud to ground lightning strikes, so very energetic storms. But we're looking at the entire system as it continues to settle southward, and behind it we're starting to clear blue skies in southern Indiana. Matt, you were doing some analysis. Do you think there's going to be any further development north that could impact us later this evening?
You know, looking at that analysis, plus combined with the data that we have, the signs point to no, that we are done. This line, as it has started to roll through from north to south, really zapping a lot of the energy for any additional thunderstorm development behind it. So this does look to appear to be not only the main line, but really the last line as it pushes on through. So the severe weather threat looks to be over through southern Indiana, almost in the metro. I do want to point out a couple of things, though. One, over towards Meade County, Brandenburg, pretty high wind gusts likely just moving through your area. That's pushing closer to Fort Knox. So be on the lookout for that. Severe thunderstorm warnings already posted. Also want to talk about one damage report that we got. And Jay, this was up into Owen County. So it was associated with that original warning that was for eastern portions of Carroll County down into Owen County. KSP, the Kentucky State Police Post 5, was reporting that a home was destroyed in Owen County and the possibility that there may be more. So they have some first responders, it sounds like, out there trying to get those damage reports in. But the latest out of more so northern Kentucky has been for a confirmed tornado with that warning farther towards the closer to the I-75 corridor and back into Owen County. So these storms have no doubt meant business so far this afternoon.
All right, Matt, thanks so very much. And again, as we've been analyzing the situation, the new data coming in, what's out there right now, the storms that are out there right now, we don't see a lot of tornadic potential in our area right now, and hopefully that trend will continue. And looking at the radar, you know, barring any further development to the south of this zone where the air mass is extremely hot and humid, hopefully that trend will hold. But that is the caveat. What happens to the south of these storms? Do we get individual supercells firing up? If so, we'll have to be on our guard for maybe a spin up downstate Kentucky, something we'll be watching. As it stands right now, extremely heavy rainfall continues. Meade County, southern Harrison County, through southern parts of Jefferson County, northern Bullitt, and then points off to the east. And embedded in this heavy rainfall pattern, chaotic winds, strong chaotic winds, at least in scattered locations. One of those areas is coming out of southern Harrison County right now and Meade County, pushing off to the southeast. Suzanne is tracking that strong wind flow pattern. Suzanne, was winds you were pinging, what, 50, 60?
Yeah, 50, 60 mile per hour. In fact, we can do that for you really quickly and just show you where we're seeing some of those stronger wind gusts at this time. Right along the Ohio River, Jay, that's where we've been sampling some of those stronger wind gusts to about 40 to 50 miles per hour. That one not quite as strong, but you can see right here, right along 135, some of those stronger wind gusts, the upwards of about 50 miles per hour. That's going to be just outside Andyville here, where we're seeing the strongest of storms right along the Ohio River. So this is near Cold Spring, right near Mockport, that we're still seeing some pretty healthy winds right there.
Okay, winds that are certainly capable of bringing down trees and maybe even more lines, hence the severe thunderstorm warnings that continue. Will everybody see a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind in the warned area? Likely not. These are scattered in nature, but nonetheless, be on the lookout for that if your area is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. And those areas are to near the capital city as well as Lawrenceburg. This entire zone sinking off to the south. Looks like we have some new development trying to occur out in Hancock County, far western portions of Breckinridge County. So we'll watch these very closely as these two move off towards the southeast. These are tapping in to some very hot, muggy conditions south of the current thunderstorm zone.
And Matt and Mo were just pointing out that actual severe thunderstorm warning has now been upgraded now to potential for considerable damage. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Weather Service is looking at the potential for 70 mile per hour winds with that, Jay. So they kind of upgraded, you know, that severe thunderstorm warning for that more considerable wind gust damage that's headed really very close to the radar site itself. Muldraw, West Point, Fort Knox area on into what will be extreme western sections of Bullitt County and extreme southwestern sections of Jefferson County as well.
Okay, Matt, Suzanne, thanks so very much. There's the actual radar site right there, the so-called cone of silence. I'm sure you've heard that terminology. And there's the very strong wind gust. You can see kind of a bowing segment taking on that backward C appearance with the heavier rainfall pattern. It's a radar signature that does imply some very strong straight line winds moving off to the east-southeast, anywhere from southeastern portions of Harrison County, the Jefferson County Memorial Forest, far west and northwestern Bullitt County, on into northern Hardin County. Be on the lookout for those strong winds moving in your direction. Currently, that strong wind field just east of Brandenburg, but boy, it looks like there could easily be a 60, maybe 70 mile an hour wind gust in that bowing segment as it's moving across far eastern Meade County, southeastern Harrison County.
They're updating that to a tornado warning now for that storm that you were tracking right there. So that's going to be now a tornado for Bullitt, Hardin, and Meade County for that storm that you were tracking right there as it heads right toward the radar.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So here's the very latest we have for you. Brand new tornado warning in 4 sections of northern Hardin on into Bullitt County and far eastern Meade County for the next several minutes, as we have what looks to be some pretty decent rotation that has quickly formed on this bowing segment. Boy, it came quick too. You can see the red are winds blowing towards the left-hand portion of your TV set or computer screen. Green the opposite direction, so our rotation is right there. There's 31W as it moves across northern sections of Hardin County. This is far eastern and southeastern Meade County, and there's the strong wind field, hence the tornado warning. Radar indicated at this point in time, but moving quickly off to the east, and will soon be moving through the rest of northern sections of Hardin County. It'll pass just north of Muldrow. It looks like it's also going to be passing north of Radcliffe, north of Vine Grove. But if you're watching from places like West Point, the Stites area, so there's West Point. Stites is right around this location right there. You have a tornado warning, and you need to get to your place of safety. That tornado warning extends over to near Shepherdsville as well. So watching from Shepherdsville, get into your place of safety. Same can be said for Belmont as well as Pitts Point. Tornado warning in effect for the next several minutes. A very strong wind gust. Matt, on the analyzer, it was really showing up on that other scan quite nicely right there.
Yeah, that was right next to the Doppler radar site there in Fort Knox. I'm going to show you 2 different views, Jay, just to give you an idea. That's from LVX, and then we'll switch on over. This is the terminal Doppler radar. It's not as clear, but you can still see that same rotation. This is from the radar, again, it's actually over near Mount Washington that kind of covers the airport, but kind of gives you a little better idea, too. This is about 750 feet up, so that rotation kind of co-located with what we're seeing from the actual radar site as well. So watching that area right along the Dixie Highway between West Point and Muldrow.
Okay, Matt, if you would, can you give me a bimodal product here?
Yeah.
Let's go with the split screen. Let's go the velocity scan in one. Let's go the CC in the other. Keep this analyzer right there. Okay, so what we're looking at here is we have the velocity scan on the left-hand portion of your TV set. On the right, what we're looking at is the correlation coefficient. In other words, everything that's being picked up by the radar, is it all one type of a hydrometeor? Is it all a raindrop? That would show up as a universal color. If we're starting to pick up debris that's co-located with that velocity signature, we'd see an area of real dark blue. Now, we do have a little bit of blue, but I don't see it co-located and really tightly compacted with the actual rotation. So it bears watching, boy. It's a strong wind gust at least.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jay. We're looking into, I'm tuned into the Fort Knox weather station that's not too far from this, looking for wind gusts there. Some of the wind gusts that were in and around the Brandenburg area out of the Kentucky mesonet were not reported too high, 32 miles per hour, so that's good. But obviously on the radar, that is a concerning image there. And it does look like the Weather Service did say that they thought that they saw tornado debris seen west of the radar on the 1.2 scan. So I'm going to go up towards that on the correlation coefficient, and there you can see that little area, that little dot that you're highlighting, that could be maybe a little better located with some of that rotation there. So we might very well have indications of a small tornado on the ground there.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. Bottom line, anywhere in far northern sections of Hardin County on into west and northwestern Bullitt County, stay in your tornado warning shelter area. A tornado warning in effect for your region for the next several minutes. Of course, basement, absolute safest spot, no basement, lowest level of your house. Interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside to help stop any and all flying debris that could be occurring out there. And unfortunately, this storm is moving right on top of the radar, so we're not able to see the tight rotation as it's within that cone of silence. But again, just know from West Point, Stites, and areas east and south from there, from Cupio along Highway 44 over towards Pitts Point, Shepherdsville, Beech Grove, all of you folks under the gun right now for a possible tornado, for a tornado warning. And one thing that's also concerning, Matt, kind of doing some analysis on the fly here. Suzanne, if you would, let's go back to that. Yeah, this looks to be an outflow boundary right there. And notice how it's heading right into where that rotation is. So that could be adding a little bit of spin.
And so, Jay, they have upgraded this based off of the radar and the correlation coefficient and that debris signature. They are doing radar confirmed tornado with this. So located 10 miles south of Valley Station, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So that's what we've been tracking. So they've got, so that has been upgraded. And again, yeah, going to push due east, I think, along that, that boundary that you were just pointing out.
Okay, gang, so bottom line, if you're in the tornado warning area, please stay in your basement until this danger has passed on by. This is a quick hitting storm that all of a sudden started to gust out, hit that outflow boundary, added spin to the atmosphere, and there you go. Because there's so much moisture in the atmosphere, it didn't take much for that spin to come all the way down to the ground, to tighten and come down to the ground. And now it appears that we do have a radar confirmed tornado. Very, very close to the radar site right now. And this is moving off towards the east. Suzanne is tracking it for us. Beech Grove 420, Salt River 422. Shepherdsville, if it holds together that long, 422 as well. Then you get into places like Gap and Knob, Bardstown Junction. You get farther and farther off to the east, that's going to carry it into eastern Bullitt County and maybe even far northern sections of Nelson County. But as it stands right now, the tornado warning, far northern Hardin County. This is north of you folks in Radcliffe, north of Vine Grove, okay? It's going to stay north of you. Yeah, you're going to get a pretty decent wind gust. You're likely getting that now. But the rotation on the radar is north of you, and this is pushing off towards the east and is running parallel to or just south of Highway 44 in western Bullitt County as we speak. There's the strong wind gust to the south of the tornadic circulation. All right, so it's what we call the rear flank downdraft on the backside of what could be a tornado on the ground at this time.
Jay, we're going to wait for that correlation coefficient too. It is quite literally over the radar site, or where the beam doesn't show up, right? So we're going to give it a couple more scans and see if that does emerge on the eastern side of the radar site. But yeah, like you said, some very strong winds on the south side of that, and also still what is very much likely a tornado, a radar confirmed tornado there on the north side. Checking into the Weather Service, not seeing anything additional as of yet, but at least so far The radar site seems to have maintained power, so that's good news. We'll see if that lasts over the next couple of minutes.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So again, if you're in that tornado warning, northern sections of Hardin County, extreme northern Hardin County, into about the western one half of Bullitt County, stay in your place of safety. At the very minimum, a very strong wind gust, upwards of 60, 70 miles an hour, coming with that storm. And on the northern flank of that Boeing segment, we're getting some of that spin going on. It looks like it did spin up a weak tornado. So we'll watch for that as it moves off to the east. Suzanne, let's take this time. Let's go just quickly off to the north and check out the metro real fast here. Give folks, if you're watching from Louisville, surrounding areas, an idea as to what's going on. If you could also, please, let's take off the warnings. I just want to see the radar scan. Okay, as you can see, basically the storms are now from the Snyder and points off to the south. Basically south of 64 as you track east of Louisville. South of 64 to the west along the Ohio River and points off to the south. So here in Louisville, if you're watching from downtown, New Albany, Clarksville, Jeffersonville, even towards the east end, the Prospect area, the Glen Oaks area, up to near Crestwood and Goshen, pretty much out of the woods now. The severe threat has pushed off to the south and continues to push off to the south. Running from Fern Creek along the Snyder and off to the west-southwest, where you see that brighter shade of yellow and orange where the rain is really coming down quite heavily, and gusty winds in scattered locations along this wavy line of storms. Yes, the severe threat's still alive and well, and off to the south of this zone where it's still very hot and humid. And then we get into the tornado warning area for the northern flank of that Boeing segment that moved right across the radar and now should be off to the east. So as we kind of close in, let's go back over to the analyzer. Matt, what do you see? It looks like it's coming away from the radar site just yet, is it?
It does, and I'm putting things into motion here. It is tough to see. I don't see as much of a signature. I'm going to go back a couple of scans here, so I'm going to give you a little better look at it from where we saw that debris signature. So you kind of have eyes on that just off to the left or the east of the radar site. And now, as we go forward, maybe it emerged off to, let's say, about 120, 135 degrees on that circle from the radar.
You know what? Do that again for me real quick. Let's go back.
So watch, we're going to go right there.
Okay.
To maybe a little bit, and then fading away as it moves towards the Bullitt, Hardin County line. So that does appear to be some good news from that standpoint on the correlation coefficient or the debris signature of any tornado there.
Yeah, at the very minimum, though, don't put down your guard. At the very minimum, we're still looking at a potentially very strong wind gust moving across sections of the western one half of this tornado warning. That would be western Bullitt County down into northern portions of Hardin County. Very strong winds looks to be passing through Radcliffe, Vine Grove, the outflow, if you will, and that's moving off towards the southeast, heading towards Lebanon Junction and the Colesburg area. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it is farther north and located immediately east of this circle. That's the cone of silence with the radar. Just east of there, it's moving out, emerging into far western portions of Bullitt County. The rotation, not quite as intact as what it was a few minutes ago, but certainly bears watching nonetheless.
Jay, it looks like, too, the Weather Service mentioning that they've noticed that rotation, like you've been talking about, isn't quite as strong as it was, and so they're going to let it go for a couple more scans, and but at least some signs of some better news over the last scan or two on the radar. They're not canceling just yet. But at least signs are pointing towards some better news there.
Okay, a little farther north, we've got some green polygons showing up now, Suzanne. What do we got? Flash flood warnings.
We've got some flash flood warnings, and you know, this coincides with what Mo is showing us on some of our Trimark cameras, where we are now dealing with some of the flooded roadways, for instance, on 64. So they have issued that flash flood warning, even though the bulk of the rain has now started to track out of the metro and is now steadily pushing into sections, you'll notice, of Bullitt County. But obviously the damage is done with all of that very heavy rainfall, with these slow-moving storms putting down a ton of rain in a relatively short amount of time, with the timing obviously coinciding with our evening commute. I suspect obviously needing to make sure that everyone's super careful and weather aware. But we do have a flash flood warning that includes portions of Meade County back over into sections of southern Harrison County, and of course for the metro as well. Obviously all eyes continue to monitor for that tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warnings, because Jay, it looks like we were picking up some of those stronger winds just south of that tornado warning at about 55 miles per hour, and that's what was showing up on the radar.
Yeah, and a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for that Boeing segment that's coming out of the rotation on the south side of the rotation. There it is, running from Radcliffe, Vine Grove. There's the new warning. It does include you folks in E-Town. It includes you folks in places like Longview, Colesburg, over to near Lebanon Junction, and then off to the east-southeast. It includes you folks in Bardstown as well. So be on the lookout for some strong winds that could be coming out of this storm, and you can clearly see this where it goes from green to red, the leading edge, likely producing winds 50, maybe 60 miles an hour, maybe isolated spots just a little bit better. That rainfall pattern is not quite as crisp. In other words, going from light to real heavy. It's now becoming a little bit discombobulated, a sign that the Boeing segment could be weakening some, but still producing some strong winds. Suzanne is tracking the leading edge of that stronger wind field. Colesburg 423, Younger Creek 428, Boston 429. Down the list we go to Culvertown, Athertonville, and Greenbrier just about 15 minutes before the top of the hour. So still a number of severe thunderstorm warnings and one tornado warning. If you're here in far northern Hardin County, the western one half of Bullitt County, from Shepherdsville, I-65, and points off to the west, even though that rotation has come down just a little bit, and it no longer looks like there is a tornado on the ground, one could still spin up very quickly in this type of an environment. So just stay in your tornado-warned zone, your shelter area, until the danger has passed on by or the tornado warning has been canceled or expired. That's the only tornado warning we have in the WLKY viewing area. We do have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, but all of those are now south of the metro. Matter of fact, see the severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisville? You can discount that. That is not happening. The severe weather, if there is still some going on, is Bullitt County, Spencer County, far southern Shelby County, and points off to the south. The metro, much of Jefferson County, just about all of Jefferson County, in the clear, okay? The Louisville area pretty much in the clear as that line of storms continues to sink off towards the south and also the southeast. Boy, more reports of flooding coming in, huh, Mo?
We've got water rescues already happening. So one took place over in West Oak and South 15th Street. And then if you want to pull up Trimark, or our links to product, you can see this came in from emergency management, Zachary Wilt. This is the 9300 block of Ash Avenue, and that's in Pee Wee Valley when they were getting those heavy downpours. So that road is underwater, and we're still dealing with all of the problems over on 64. That's eastbound. Now, it does look like some of that water has receded. It could just be because the cars have splashed enough over the bridge itself, but we are still seeing the left lane underwater creeping into the center lane, and that's 64 eastbound at 9th Street. We also now have problems on 65. Now this is a view around the Fern Valley Road area, and we're getting reports of water in the roadway on both the left lane and left shoulder, both 65 north and south. So if you're traveling over on 64 east or 65, I just want you to be very careful because there's some poor drainage in this area, and it can lead to a lot of accidents until this water starts to recede.
Good advice, Mo. Thank you so very much. So there you go. The heavy rain that continues south of Louisville, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, and one tornado warning. However, it looks like the tornado threat is coming down quite a bit. Matt's been on the horn, not only looking at radar, doing his analysis, but watching the chat rooms, talking with NWS. Matt, what's the latest with this warning?
Yeah, just like we're watching it, the Weather Service keeping eyes on it too, and they're also seeing that downward trend in the actual rotation that prompted that tornado warning. So that tornado warning is likely going to be canceled here. We'll see it on the maps in a minute or two. The Weather Service confirming that, and what they've done in its place is put this downstream severe thunderstorm warning, because one of the things that really disrupted that rotation was that rear flank downdraft, that push of strong winds on the backside of that storm. And so we are going to still be dealing with a strong wind gust threat really straight through northern portions of Hardin County and potentially along the county line with Bullitt County. So heads up there, and really throughout this line, as we have seen and have been tracking for you so far this afternoon. While everyone may not get those strong wind gusts, we've seen pockets of anywhere from about 40 to 60 mile-per-hour winds, Jay. So that threat definitely continues as this line pushes on south. And really, this is kind of going according to plan in the forecast. I know you were saying it last night. Suzanne, Mo, we've all been watching this in our forecast, that it was going to be this north to south progression into this warm, humid air mass, prompting these strong to severe storms.
Yeah, no question about it. The transition from the hot, muggy stuff we've had going over to cooler, less humid air by tomorrow morning. There's usually a byproduct when you get a big change, and the byproduct this time of year, strong and severe storms, and that's what we're dealing with. So off to the west and southwest, brand new severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued for some cells that are just now starting to pop up in the atmosphere. This is Breckenridge County, including you folks in Hardinsburg, the Harnett area, over towards Kingswood, and then down into southern Breckenridge County, northwestern Grayson County. Now underneath severe thunderstorm warnings, as we have a little bit of rotation, at least in the mid and upper level parts of the thunderstorm, implying that this storm is indeed becoming severe. Not necessarily tornadic, but capable of producing what could be a wind gust, maybe even a little bit of hail. It's really tapping in to that hot, humid air that's still occurring to the south of the metro, where there has not been much in the way of storms on this Tuesday afternoon. And there is the severe thunderstorm warning. See some chaotic winds in spots. This is southwestern portions of Breckenridge County, Glendean, the Dempster area. So we'll watch for that. Looks like maybe some pretty strong winds right there too, Suzanne. Where do you got that right there?
So that's up in the Garfield area. So we'll just go ahead and say, I really feel like so far, Jay, what has shown us where we have seen the strongest winds, that has been co-located where we're also seeing some of the rotation. Even though when we sample it on radar, it doesn't look that impressive, it has been the case so far today where that has been where we have seen, unfortunately, the wind damage really with some of these storms that have moved through. So that's in the Garfield area right near Hensley, Harnett, so that's into portions of Breckenridge County where you are right now under that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, that's where we're seeing some of those stronger winds right along 60 here. This is going to be to the north of Woodrow and right near Graysville. So when we actually kind of sample it, it doesn't show up with really much of anything on the base velocity. You can see just winds of 33 miles per hour, so nothing severe there. But I think that may be underplaying it a little bit. I think we're seeing some stronger wind gusts than what's actually being shown right there.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. And you can see the development that's occurring farther off to the southwest. So this line is now showing signs of developing into western Kentucky, all of that which will continue to sink off to the south towards the parkways and then south of the parkways as we get towards dinner time and shortly after that. Again, watching from Louisville, just now tuning in, saying, man, had a big storm at work today. What's going on right now? Louisville in the clear. Okay, still have pockets of high water from the very heavy rainfall that came down, localized flooding, some ponding on the roadways, but the severe threat is done in the metro area. However, as you go south of the metro, this is Bullitt County, Meade County, Hardin County, Breckenridge County, then off to the east, Spencer County, Anderson County. along that zone of showers and storms and off to the south, okay, where it's still very hot and humid, and you have all that fuel for these storms to work off of, well, that's where the severe threat is still alive and well, hence the severe thunderstorm watch. That does continue until 10 o'clock tonight. The tornado warning, again, we haven't had any confirmed sightings of a tornado the last 10, 15 minutes. This was a radar confirmed tornado as it went over the radar site, but since that time it has lost some of its deepest rotation, if you will, and it no longer appears to be producing a tornado. I think Matt was talking about they're just going to let that thing expire, the tornado warning.
Yes, they did say that. Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to expire it at 4:30. That's why it's still popping up on the screen.
Okay, so again, they are going to get rid of that tornado warning. Good news, but again, downstream, it's been replaced by a larger severe thunderstorm warning. And this is a very strong wind gust that is heading into the E-Town area, the Lebanon Junction area, and this is pushing its way east and southeast. It will impact Younger Creek, Boston, Nelsonville, Roanoke, Balltown, Greenbrier, New Hope, anywhere from 4:30 to about almost 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. That strong wind gust will continue to sink its way off to the south. And boy, that shows up like a sore thumb right there on the radar scan, that area of red that is just north of E-Town that's going to come through with some gusty winds. Right now, the radar, we are pinging anywhere from 50, 55 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit higher in a few spots. As Suzanne was talking about, the radar may be underestimating the strong wind pattern, at least in various spots. So we'll continue to monitor this as this Boeing segment, this line of strong wind, continues to move its way east and southeast, heading towards possibly you folks in Bardstown as well as E-Town. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue along and south of this west to east strung out band of showers and storms.
And it'll be really interesting to see if this is able to hold together because, Jay, as you were mentioning, this is going to be coming into very untapped air. So I suspect we need to be on our guard. We still have that severe thunderstorm watch that will continue. But for our friends in LaRue County, for Greene County, into portions of Marion and Washington County, you're going to see this thunderstorm activity coming your way in relatively short order. So you want to be prepared. You have time to prepare right now. Get ready for some strong wind gusts. Get ready for some torrential downpours. Obviously, this can be a scary event, but right now we're going to continue to watch that line kind of slowly sink as it congealed from those discrete supercells that we're seeing across sections of southern Indiana into this line of torrential downpours. And obviously, we are still being able to pick up some very powerful winds, 50, 60 miles per hour with these severe thunderstorm warnings. I know tornado warnings, they tend to be the scariest for us and they get the most attention. However, when we have severe thunderstorm warnings, we have already seen these storms have caused damage in our area, Jay.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, we've had quite a few damage reports coming in from these straight line winds that have been 40, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in a few isolated locations, happening even in parts of the metro. Right now, the strongest wind field is south of Louisville, moving across portions of Bullitt County, soon to be Nelson County, and getting right on top of you folks in E-Town right now. Pretty decent wind gusts coming in to the E-Town area, along with all that very heavy rainfall. Probably a shelf cloud that's fairly scary looking, honestly, and you can see the wind field, the brighter shades of red or pink, where winds could easily be over 50 to 60 miles per hour, and it kind of arcs back off towards the southwest. Your Tri-Mark camera network. Where are we here, guys?
So this is right near Elizabethtown. Mo has been searching on some of our cameras just to give us some ground truth of what exactly is happening. So she's looking to get us some cameras that are right near Lebanon Junction, over right near a little bit south of that near the Joe Prather as well. So she's got a handle on that. Mo, what are you looking at?
Oh, yeah, that heavy rain, it is just now pushing over that area. You know, when we were seeing on the radar, those yellows, those reds, it's over them right now. This is 65 near the Joe Prather, and a little bit further to the south, it's not quite. It's now actually just pushing in towards E-Town, one of those cameras, but I don't have access to that right this second. But you can tell it is coming down really heavy in this area.
Thank you, Mo. So that is actually coinciding a little bit with where we're looking at some of those stronger wind gusts, the upwards of about 51 miles per hour right along Interstate 65 into the Lebanon Junction area. So this is north of Elizabethtown into Bullitt County and into northern Hardin County. And that's going to be pushing into Nelson County. So Nelson County, heads up there, certainly for you, as we're going to continue to monitor for that threat right there, moving through the region with those very, very strong wind gusts. And obviously, we've just seen an additional tornado warning that has been issued. We're not seeing a ton of rotation with that particular storm, but obviously we're seeing the very, very strong winds right in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, let's go over to the analyzer. Put the analyzer up here for me, guys, if you would, Shane. If you're, yeah, there it is. Okay, so there is some of the rotation showing up. So we have very strong winds that are blowing to the right where you see the reds and the pinks. Immediately to the north, you have winds that are blowing in the opposite direction. So a lot of wind shear right here. A radar indicated tornado, okay? It's not confirmed right now, but there's some decent rotation that has once again developed on the radar scan. On the northern side of this backward C, this Boeing segment, that's a preferred spot for a quick hitting tornado spin up in a weather pattern like this. And you can see this small tornado warning that pushes into southeastern sections of Bullitt County and into Nelson County. Now, it does include you folks in Bardstown. So if you're in Bardstown, take this time to get to your place of safety. You're underneath a tornado warning for the next several minutes for this Boeing segment, this line of very strong wind, and on the northern flank, there could be a quick hitting tornado spin up. It is moving in your direction. Matt, if you would, can you give me that bimodal product once again? Let's go over to the split screen. And again, this is the wind field. So if there's a tornado, there you go. You can see it developing right there, at least in the velocity scan. What do you see, Matt? I don't see much there right now.
No, I really don't. The Weather Service is mentioning that they were concerned with some of the small circulations that are possible on the northern edge, just as you were pointing out, and that is typical in these kind of Boeing segments. But in terms of the correlation coefficient, we don't see the same indication of any sort of debris signature there, so that is definitely good news. I'll go ahead and just put the reflectivity on that side that you're on there as well, and you can kind of see, I don't know that anyone would see it if there was any rotation or a funnel cloud or anything on the ground. It is just pouring down rain in an extremely humid air mass right now.
Absolutely. I highly agree with you. So the bottom line, the radar, the velocity field is picking up some rotation, okay? And a very strong wind gust coming out of this storm from near the rotation and points southward through western portions of Nelson County into Hardin County. So you know what? Just stay in your place of safety. Anywhere in the tornado warning zone, anywhere along and especially east-southeast of that higher wind field. Let's just be safe rather than sorry, as that is a very powerful wind field that's sweeping across portions of Nelson County as well as Hardin County, and on the very northern flank, a possible tornado spin-up could occur, and that's why we've got the tornado warning in effect. A very small part of southeastern Bullitt County on into central sections of Nelson County over to near the Bardstown area. So Suzanne's tracking it. She's tracking the rotating part of this cell. Scuffletown right around 438. That rotation could be very close to your area. The Cravens area, 449. Let's go to Hunters, 453. Nazareth around 456. Bardstown, Cox's Creek, just before 5 o'clock. Some of that rotation, certainly the chance for a very strong wind gust could be knocking on your door. And yeah, it's very subtle, but we do have some rotation showing up, no question about it, on the radar scan right now. This is all south of the metro, mind you.
South of the metro, but going through a very well-populated area. And so we do want our friends that are in Bullitt County, Nelson County, into Hardin County, we want you to be in your place of safety at this point, because this is a mean-looking storm regardless of whether it's a tornado. We are seeing some very, very strong winds associated with this. So if nothing else, you may be seeing some downed trees. Storms like this, obviously very difficult. As Matt was pointing out, they will be likely rain-wrapped because of the heavy rainfall that's moving through. And then just south of the warning, moving across right along the parkway, as you can see, we are picking up some very strong wind gusts there as well, Jay.
Absolutely. So that looks to be the most powerful part of this entire line of showers and storms, located just south of the metro, impacting portions of Nelson County, Hardin County, soon to be northern LaRue County as well. Possible tornado spin up here. That's southeastern Bullitt County. That'll track into Nelson County. And then south of that zone, Suzanne, if you can, let's pull out just a little bit.
A few more cities onto here for you.
Okay. You can see the curvature of this wind field right there. That is a very strong wind field that's blowing out on the south side of that tornado-warned storm. Likely producing some wind damage. I mean, that rotation's looking better and better to me, Matt. What do you think right there? It's starting.
No, I see what you're saying.
We have to watch that.
Yeah, it's been going kind of in and out.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it's a very kind of turbulent air mass. We're going to just kind of go forward there. There's that was the new tornado warning. And we do get signatures. They're weak, but kind of in between scans where one might fade away, another one, you know, pops up. So we may get into some very brief, perhaps quick hitting spin up tornadoes here, as well as those stronger wind gusts. I've been monitoring some of the stations that we do have access to, Jay, and I don't think the highest wind gusts are going over them right now. So there's no doubt some very strong wind gusts in there. We're just not seeing them at the reporting stations right now. So I'll continue to keep eyes on that.
Yeah, if you would, keep a close eye on this guy right there for me.
That is actually not under that tornado warning.
Right.
And I think that's very important that you point that out. That's just outside Boston, heading into the Bellwood area. But that particular area of circulation that you're seeing is actually not included in the tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, but that rotation that we're sampling right there is not currently under the tornado warning at this time.
Yeah, we're going to want to watch that zone very closely. We're kind of right on that. The curvature of that S, that's a favored zones for quick hitting spin up in this type of an environment. That's US Highway 62. That's the Bluegrass Parkway just east of Boston on US Highway 62 is where we're picking up some of that rotation. And as Matt alluded to a little farther up, also weak areas of rotation showing up on the radar scan. So really anywhere on the northern side of that bow, you can get a quick hitting tornado spin up.
And Mo just pointed out, Mo, you wanted to go ahead?
Yeah, they mentioned that they're going to probably drop a couple more tornado warnings, one just south of the one that's ongoing, the one that Suzanne just pointed out. So they're going to probably redraw the boundaries for that one, but also another one over southern Breckenridge County. If you want to move on over there and just kind of take a look for any hooks there. Are we seeing any couplets? Because it does look like they're showing some concern in that. There you go, right in that area.
Okay. All right, so now we have at least 2 tornado warnings that have been issued across the WLKY viewing area, both south of the metro area, one that is pushing into sections of Nelson County, and the other one, this is sections of Breckenridge County, and is that on into, you kind of zoomed in a little tight, is that Grayson County too? Yes. Okay, so far southern Breckenridge and Grayson counties, including Litchfield. Tornado warning in effect. So if you're watching anywhere from central, northern Grayson County, far southern Breckenridge County, be in your place of safety. We have some rotation holding right there close to Rough River, pushing off towards the southeast. And it looks like this is kind of making a beeline towards the Litchfield area. So it is radar indicated. We don't have any confirmed sightings. But take this time, as Suzanne and Matt and Mo have been talking about, take this time. Get to your place of safety and stay there until this line of powerful storms has worked on through, as, again, you are underneath a tornado warning for the next several minutes. Looks like a little supercell that has fired up to the west of the storm zone that's been in the metro and just south the past 30 minutes or so.
And of course, this is what we were talking about, Jay. One of the concerns that we had, obviously these storms are now moving into a somewhat untapped atmosphere. So we've got a lot of energy to work with here. Unfortunately, obviously you haven't seen much rain down to the south. It has been very, very hot. This storm that we're tracking out of Breckenridge County, not moving all that quickly. I'm going to track some of the rotation there for you, Jay, as that continues to make its move a little bit closer over to the Litchfield area, and I'm going to go ahead and adjust the speed on this, so just bear with me a second as that storm continues to only move at about 25 miles per hour, so it's not really moving all that quickly, but certainly a very concerning looking storm there.
Yeah, you can see some of the communities that the most dangerous part of the storm, i.e. the rotation, will be impacting: Indian Valley, Concord, Cobbler's Knob, Fisher, there's Litchfield, Hanging Rock, anywhere from 4:45 to a few minutes after 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. And again, the Litchfield area, just about 10 minutes after the top of the hour. So stay in your place of safety. Far southern Breckenridge County and a good chunk of Grayson County, including you folks in Litchfield. Farther off to the northeast, we have the other tornado warning that is ongoing. Right there, you can see this well-defined Boeing segment, what looks like a little comma head right there. Strong rotation on the northern flank of this Boeing segment, hence the tornado warning. So we have a lot of tight rotation right there, and that is quickly racing off to the east. This is in western portions of Nelson County, and this is tracking off to the east. Now, it looks like the most dangerous part of the rotation may stay just south of Bardstown, but folks, you're in Bardstown, you're still underneath a tornado warning, so stay in your place of safety until the danger has passed. But boy, you can see this wind field blowing out, incredibly strong, 60, 70 mile an hour plus winds close to Nelsonville, moving off to the east. And again, on the northern flank of that real strong wind gust, we're getting the rotation and what could be a quick hitting tornado spin up.
That's about the strongest wind, I think, that we've been able to sample so far. And this is going to be north of New Haven. And so this is obviously an area that we're going to really watch super, super closely, heading a little bit closer just to the south of Bardstown here. But certainly, Jay, I think this has been the strongest storm we have seen so far this afternoon.
Yeah, the worst of it looks to be right there on the Western Kentucky Parkway, right through Nelson County, and moving off to the east, right towards 31E. That looks like it will pass south of Bardstown. Matt, you agree with that?
It did look that way, Jay. I was also just looking at as a bit of good news, the Weather Service has dropped the severe thunderstorm watch from the metro, Oldham County, Floyd, Harrison County, and points to the north.
Okay.
But in looking at the latest of that heaviest wind there, that huge wind gust, you were saying just south of Balltown, you think?
Yeah.
Or Bardstown?
I mean, Bardstown, yeah.
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 I would agree with that, but yeah, if you're between New Haven, Balltown, you're definitely in the zone of at the very least, a very strong wind gust.
Yeah, I would say, along but especially south of the Eastern Kentucky Parkway, Bluegrass Parkway, excuse me, the Bluegrass Parkway, be on the lookout here in Nelson County. No question about it. A very powerful storm, capable of producing a tornado. That is some strong wind right there, Suzanne. No question about it.
Definitely some strong wind. What I want to do, Jay, is I want to add a few more cities onto this storm track just because this is such a concerning area for us. So Culvertown at about 4:45, Balltown 4:46, near Manton at about 4:57, heading over to St. Catherine at about 5:07, Valley Hill at 5:07, Briartown at about 5:10. So this is where we were sampling some of those winds, the upwards of about 70 miles per hour. And obviously that's radar indicated, but that is co-located where we currently have that tornado warning where this storm is actively rotating. Sometimes when you just have very powerful storms, they rotate in and of themselves. So this is what we're going to be watching as that storm continues to move. Really not all that quickly. The storm is only moving at about 30 miles per hour. But again, this is right heading into Balltown, Greenbrier, Culvertown, where we are seeing very, very strong winds. So this is right along Nat Rogers Road, right right near New Haven Road, to just give you some of the roadways near Patton Road, where we are really sampling some very, very strong winds right here. Now it looks like it's almost come up a little bit here, Jay. We've got winds of 78, 65 miles per hour, and you can see that's also a little bit closer to where we're picking up, obviously, some of that rotation there right along 31.
Suzanne, just for my information, let's ping that right there. How high is that as well?
Okay. That's going to be just outside of Culvertown, so that's 87 miles per hour.
How high up is that?
It's about 13,000 feet up, so that's pretty high.
Okay. Well, we'll continue to watch that very closely. A lot of wind energy just off the surface that some of these storms are tapping into and trying to bring down towards the ground. So the tornado warning certainly continues. Just south of Bardstown, sections of central and southern Nelson County, and that's off to the east from there. This is Washington County, okay? About the western one half of Washington County. So let's call it anywhere from Springfield up to Mooresville, Maud, and then points off to the east on into central and southern portions of Nelson County. Stay in your basement, folks. Another tornado warning. This one's moving down into Grayson County. Extremely heavy rainfall. We have a very strong wind gust at the very minimum that's pulling across Breckenridge County into Grayson County. Perhaps some rotation showing up right there just north of Highway 54 to the west of Litchfield. See that brighter shade of green, a very strong straight line wind gust, and we could see a tornado spin up in this zone as well, and that's why we do have the tornado warning in effect. So we have really 2 tornado warnings, and we have the severe thunderstorm warning to the west of the viewing area, right, at this point?
Yes.
So I think what I've done is actually, we're done with the warnings right now. We only have the tornado warnings at this time. Is that right?
The 2 tornado warnings.
2 tornado warnings.
And then that's severe farther west of the viewing area, right?
Yeah.
Flood warnings until 7 o'clock for the metro, though.
Okay.
Oh,
All
we
right.
have a new severe thunderstorm warning just popped up.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what, that makes sense, right, Jay? I mean, to cover the large scale of this wind gust, some of the latest on Storm Analyzer radar too, showing perhaps 94 mile per hour gusts there with this. So this is a big time wind field with this storm that is moving through.
So that strongest wind gust now, exactly where is that? That's in southern Nelson County, correct?
It's in southern Nelson County. It's between New Haven and Balltown, right along the highway there. I don't have the highway
That was
itself.
the one that was near Nat Rogers Road, if I'm not mistaken, that you were seeing some of that really, really strong wind, I think, Matt.
And that wind's about 1,700 feet off the deck, pinging at 94 miles per hour, Jay. So that's at the very least, I mean, I think that has the potential to be above 70 miles per hour. Let's put it that way.
1,700, that's it.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay. Very powerful winds moving across southern portions of Nelson County, moving off to the east. So this is going to affect you folks here in western Marion in relatively short order. Right now, Balltown, Greenbrier, Culvertown, down to near New Hope, Holy Cross. Soon we'll be moving into, again, northwestern portions of Marion County, and then a little farther north where we still got some tight rotation going on in the tornado warning area, as indicated right there. That rotation is tracking off to the east, slightly south of east as well. So that's going to cruise its way across portions of Washington County in relatively short order. Suzanne is tracking that very powerful wind field that could really be causing some issues. Dant 453, Holy Cross 455, Loretto 459, down towards Bear Wallow 512, and Sissylville right around 515. So anywhere from southern Nelson County and points off to the east on into Washington County, Marion County. Be on the lookout. Very powerful winds and perhaps a tornado spin-up. Then you go farther off to the south into LaRue County, very close to Hodgenville right now. Very strong winds are coming out of this storm, sweeping off to the east-southeast. Will soon impact folks along and south of the Hodgenville area to Buffalo, Magnolia, and then down into northern Greene, northern Taylor. And of course, we have the tornado warning storm that continues on into Grayson County, getting very close to Litchfield right now. Suzanne, what do you see in that particular storm?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. We were seeing a little bit of broad rotation there, nothing that's kind of screaming out to us, but obviously this storm is rotating here. You can see some of that messy rotation that's showing up here. So this is going to be heading a little bit closer to 54 in the next several minutes and heading closer to areas also of Litchfield. When we put this on the reflectivity here, we can show you. We'll go ahead and sort of track this as it moves a little bit closer into Litchfield. It's moving not all that quickly at about 30 miles per hour. So expect it to be near Litchfield just before 5 o'clock as that storm continues to make its progression a bit farther down to the south. We haven't had any, if I'm not mistaken, any storm reports out of this particular one. We were sampling some of those more powerful winds, but I don't believe we've had any storm reports. So near Litchfield just before 5 o'clock. Grayson Springs, 5:08. Right near Fragrant at about 5:14, and near Higdon at about 5:15. So that's one of the other tornado warnings. Then we have that severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching for wind. When we kind of give you a wider perspective here, there is one area that just screams out to you, and it's right there, just with a little bit of rotation showing up. It's just right near New Haven. This is obviously the area I think that catches the eye most dramatically at this point.
Yeah, a damaging wind gust ongoing here. Southern Nelson County, perhaps a quick hitting tornado spin up just north of there, a little farther off to the north. That too racing off to the east will impact maybe that far northwestern tip of Marion, but on into Washington County. And the leading edge of that heavy rain pattern right there, all along that, high winds are likely. Wind damage is certainly a pretty good bet, especially on this flank right here, this Boeing segment right there. Okay, so we have the tornado warning that remains in effect. Suzanne is tracking that tight rotation that's fairly close to Greenbrier right now, moving off to the east. Greenbrier 453, Fredericktown 504, Sissylville 509. Then you get over towards Springfield. If it maintains its tight rotation, its current track and speed, it'll impact you folks in Springfield in Washington County about 15 minutes after the top of the hour. So that is the spin part, the rotational part of the storm. You go south of the rotation, and it is clear as day right there. That is nasty looking right now. Matt, if you would, while I'm showing this, there's Balltown, New Haven Road, 31E, of course. It's right there, getting some pretty distinct rotation. Do you see anything on the CC?
You know what, Jay? I'm going to give it a look here. Hold on just a second. Let me dial it up for you real quick.
Here, pull it up. I got the debris tracker.
Here you go.
Not seeing much, huh?
Jay,
okay.
There was one. I'm going to go, let's see. We're going to split screen this over on Storm Analyzer.
Okay, guys, up in the booth, go to Analyzer for me. There we go. Yep.
Okay,
yep.
see just south of Balltown?
Yep.
All right, but then, and that is fairly co-located, maybe a little just off to the east, but then kind of fades away.
Yeah.
So let me go, I'll go back just a little bit so you can kind of get an idea of that. Right around 31E there. Yeah, it definitely wasn't anything that hung together for very long.
Okay. Okay, great news. Let's hope not. Let's hope there is not a tornado in this. But you know what? You have to act like one could form at any time, as you are underneath a tornado warning in that zone, to include Balltown and points off to the east on into sections of Washington County. So stay in your place of safety. Certainly a very high wind gust also accompanying the storm as it moves quickly off to the east and also the southeast. So there's New Haven, Athertonville. Of course, we're getting very close to the Nelson-LaRue County line in this zone right there. And immediately east of that zone, that's southern portions of Nelson County. This is moving towards western Marion County and also Washington County. Be on the lookout for very high winds here in the not so distant future. Winds that are capable of knocking down trees and also snapping power lines. And you can see the leading edge extends back to south of Hodgenville right now. So severe weather continues to march across southern portions of the WLKY viewing area late on this Tuesday afternoon. If you're just getting home from work wondering what is going on, these guys have been talking about severe weather for the better part of the last 3-4 days. As you know, severe storms have moved across the metro southern Indiana, producing some sporadic areas of wind damage, some hail, and now some of these storms are rotating strongly enough that we've got tornado warnings with them. The good news, we don't see anything on the ground right now. But in this type of a situation, there can be a quick-hitting tornado spin-up, especially right on that shear zone, which is very close to Gandertown, Holy Cross. And this is pushing towards, that's in northwestern Marion County, and this is southern Washington County, so we'll be on the lookout for that. And then you have the high wind field that's moving into western Marion County, and of course across southern Nelson County. That extends back off to the west and southwest, where it connects with another supercell storm that's moving across Grayson County in the Litchfield area right now, Suzanne.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to be watching here. So you have a tornado warning for Grayson County right on top of Litchfield as we're continuing to track that storm. This one showing us some rotation here heading into Litchfield in the next several minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a few more towns on here. Obviously, with it being a tornado warning, we want everyone to stay safe. So this is right near Black Rock, heading into the Millwood area in the next several minutes. Right on top of Hanging Rock for you, that's going to be moving into Clarkson, West Clifty. This is where we continue to have that tornado warning for Grayson County. The storm that we are watching here, you can see when we take a look at kind of the big picture here, we have a line of a tornado warning for Grayson County. Then we have a severe thunderstorm warning for wind and very powerful winds moving across areas of LaRue County into portions of Marion and Washington County. And of course, we still have that tornado warning where we're seeing that rotation showing up here.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you so very much. So once again, if you're just getting home, Suzanne, if you would please, let's kind of pull out, take a look at the entire viewing area. Notice the metro, okay? In the clear, all of southern Indiana in the clear, down through Bullitt County in the clear. It's basically north of the parkways, the severe threat is pretty much over with. From the parkways and points southward, we still have the severe threat and likely will for at least the next 1 to 2 hours. I think once we get beyond dinner time, 7:30 tonight, most of this will settle down into Tennessee and everybody will be done with the threat. But as it stands right now, again, there's the Bluegrass Parkway, there's the Western Kentucky Parkway. Notice the storms lining up on the parkways right now, and south of there, anywhere along this line of storms, there's a chance for some severe weather, a damaging straight line wind gusts. There can even be a quick hitting tornado spin up on an isolated basis. A couple of warnings for a tornado, possible tornado anyway, and that is from sections of Nelson County on into extreme northwestern Marion and southwestern Washington. That's one tornado warning. The other one, the Litchfield area, central and western portions of Grayson County for the next several minutes, and then kind of filling in the gaps around those tornado warned storms. We have severe thunderstorm warnings to include Hardin County, the rest of LaRue County, down into northern Greene, Taylor, Marion counties for the possibility of very strong winds on the order of 50 to potentially as high as 70 miles an hour, at least in a few spots, as this entire zone sinks off to the south and southeast. Again, watching from the metro, we are done with the severe threat. It has passed us by. With a little bit of damage, though, tree damage, some flooding going on, even in parts of the metro. Still watching a fairly decent, what we call velocity couplet, holding just north of Loretto in far northwestern Marion County, pretty much right close to the Washington-Marion County line, and this is moving its way off to the east. So this could come very close to you folks in Springfield. You're still underneath a tornado warning. Need you to stay in your basement, please, until this entire wind field has passed on through. It's moving pretty quickly. It's moving at 35 to 45 miles an hour, but stay in your place of safety. Some pretty tight rotation right there. Suzanne is tracking that rotation as it moves off to the east. Could impact you folks in Springfield, that is, right around 5:16 on this Tuesday afternoon. Once again, if you are joining us, thank you very much. You're watching WLKY News at 5 o'clock. The WLKY weather team has been tracking severe weather for the better part of the afternoon. Matt, Mo, Suzanne, Eric, we're all in here tracking these severe storms as they first originated up here in southern portions of Indiana, about 60 miles north of town, have been settling southward throughout the course of the afternoon and along their path, along their track, producing scattered pockets of wind damage, some hail, and even quick-hitting tornado spin-ups, at least that potential. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a couple of tornado warnings that remain for the next several minutes close to and south of the parkways. This is all now south of the metro. So again, all of southern Indiana, even though you could still pick up a shower, that includes the metro. It's still pretty muggy out there. The severe threat has ended. Severe thunderstorm watch has even been dropped from the metro and points off to the north. But it's south. It's our southern communities now getting into this severe weather. And you know what? South of these storms, it is still so hot and humid. There is so much fuel in the atmosphere to work on that these storms will likely maintain all the way down into portions of Tennessee. Mo.
They did cancel the part of the tornado warning for Nelson County. They're trimming it back. And so now at this point, they still have the tornado warning. That's going to continue for Marion and Washington County until 5:30. That's the latest update.
Okay, so far northwestern Marion on into southern Washington County. Tornado warning continues, as you can see for that rotation right there. Then you move south of the rotation, boy, you get into that backward sea showing up, extremely strong wind field that's right on top of Loretto, down towards Raywick. This is western portions of Marion County. Hey, this is headed towards you folks in Lebanon, all right? So very strong winds will soon be in the Lebanon area, likely within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So batten down the hatches there, anywhere along U.S. Highway 68 in Marion County. Right now, strong, powerful winds, likely damaging winds in western portions of Marion County, sweeping rapidly off to the east. And just north of that zone, where there's a little bit of rotation on the northern flank of this Boeing segment, a quick-hitting tornado cannot be ruled out, and that is heading towards you folks in Springfield. Doesn't look to be producing a tornado on the ground right now, but there is that threat, so stay in your place of safety. Finally, as we go a little bit farther off to the west, we have yet another tornado warning that is in effect near the Litchfield area. This is the Western Kentucky Parkway right there, Grayson County, Hardin County. You see very heavy rainfall, and what is on the southwestern flank of this entire line looks like a supercell. Suzanne, I don't see anything that screams tornado right there. Huh? They're going to cancel that. Okay.
Morning.
I think that makes sense. We haven't seen a lot of rotation with that particular storm. We've seen some wind energy with that storm, but we haven't seen a ton of rotation. I think the storm that bears the most close eyes really at this point, that storm for Marion and Washington County, and that is twofold. Not only do we have that rotation that's showing up on the northern flank where we obviously have that tornado warning, but those winds that are going to be bearing down in the Lebanon area right on top of Raywick, those winds have maintained incredible strength over about the past, let's say, half hour or so. So certainly very concerning there.
Yeah, this segment actually developed well off to the northwest, close to Brandenburg, as a matter of fact, and it just fanned out and rapidly raced off. There you go. That was the track of it. Rapidly raced off towards the east and southeast, and you can see the leading edge now in sections of Marion County. That is a wonderful track to get an idea as to where that strongest wind field the locations it went over and where it is right now. It is still producing extremely strong winds. So as Mo and Suzanne talked about, the tornado warning here in Grayson County, they're going to let that one go as the rotation continues to weaken. Not really showing signs of anything tornadic. Certainly a strong storm, don't get me wrong. Could have some strong winds with it. Very heavy rainfall. Don't see a tornado right now. Here in Marion County, this is southern portions of Washington County. Okay, we're running about 50, 60 miles due south of the metro. Loretto, Raywick, just west of U.S. Highway 68 as it kind of snakes across central and northeastern portions of Marion County. That is an incredibly strong wind field. Still pinging probably winds upwards of 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour. It looks to be about 2,000 feet off the ground, but it could still come down easily and cause some wind damage, and this is racing towards the Lebanon area.
And in Loretto, the Mesonet site actually picked up a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust there. And you can see still seeing some pretty strong winds on top of Loretto. So did you guys have anything else to report as far as those wind gusts? Did you see anything else?
That was the latest we got out of Marion County. Have not had much in the way of reports of damage from any of our southern communities right now with that bigger area of wind with that storm. So we'll see if those roll in, but at least recently, nothing in terms of any reports. Some of the latest reports we've seen is still out of Oldham County up around Creasy-Mahan with trees down from the storms earlier back when they were rolling through and closer to the metro area, now pushing on off to the south. But Suzanne, that is still a very formidable area of wind with that storm moving on through. And the 53-mile-per-hour wind gust, that was near Loretto, which was on the north side of the highest of that wind field. So it was likely higher in the main core, farther off towards the south and into eastern portions of Marion County. So things we're just going to have to watch for. You know that these wind gusts, while this is a large area of wind, it can also be very isolated as well. So even as we bring in this really large area of thunderstorm activity, at the end of the day, it's typically some very isolated locations that see the opportunity for these higher and higher wind gusts. So again, as you see Suzanne zoomed in right there on the bigger side of the screen, that still could get perhaps some wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour in portions of Marion County just off to the west of Lebanon, and that's heading on off towards the east and southeast. So if you're watching us in the Lebanon area, western portions of Marion County, this is where you really have to have your guard up. Head indoors. These are some strong wind gusts. We've already had these storms that have had a history of knocking down trees and power lines. And so that'll continue in this severe thunderstorm warning. And really, the entire line still warned for severe thunderstorms as it marches on through. Really, as it has been ever since it's crossed the Ohio River. We've had these pockets of wind damage, occasional tornado spin-up type indications on the radars as well. The biggest, I think, was just north of Fort Knox, where we even saw a debris signature very close to where the radar for the National Weather Service that we're showing you right now is coming from. So it's been a very active afternoon so far, Jay. That activity continues. I tell you what, that big storm in the eastern portions of Marion County, it's really not letting up much at all.
Yeah, you know, Matt, what I think's going on is it really formed and tapped into that mid-level flow in the upper atmosphere near Brandenburg, and the winds in the upper atmosphere are aligned perfectly perpendicular to that Boeing segment. So it's just bringing those winds from aloft right down to the ground. It's a perfect setup. And so the strongest wind field right now is there in western and central portions of Marion County. On its northern flank, we've seen occasional spin-ups where there could be some weak tornado formation, hence the tornado warnings that have been issued sporadically along the northern portions of that Boeing segment. The good news, no tornado warnings in effect anywhere in the viewing area. All have been allowed to expire or been canceled, but we still have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings south of the parkways, to include eastern portions of Grayson County, southern sections of Hardin County, Hart County, off to the east of there, on into LaRue County, including you folks in Hodgenville, of course. Very close to Greensburg, but especially northern sections of Greene County, northern Taylor County, just north of Campbellsville, then up into Marion County, and finally Washington County. That zone of the WLKY viewing area still getting hit quite hard. Heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and thunder, sporadic strong wind gusts, and that one specific wind gust that is still moving into the Lebanon area as we speak that could be causing an issue. There it is. You can see it right there, running from Lebanon down to Jessetown, moving off to the east. This will impact you folks in places like Bradfordsville, Phillipsburg, the Calvary area, Gravel Switch as well. Riley, that's the east and southeastern portions of Marion County in relatively short order.
And so it's bearing right down on Lebanon. And I think that's important to point out. So this is your time to run to your place of safety in Lebanon. Go ahead, go to the basement. It's not a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this has a history of producing winds 50 miles per hour. We've gotten ground truth on that. And as Matt mentioned, that was actually a little bit north of where we were sampling some of the strongest winds. So be prepared for winds anywhere from 50 to about 70 miles per hour. Belltown heading into Lebanon, Calvary. That's going to be heading into Poplar Corner in the next couple of minutes. So heading right into Lebanon. So you still have time to maybe go to the basement and definitely take cover, because that is a powerful batch of wind coming your way.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. All right, so let's kind of pull out, reset for folks just joining us during our 5 o'clock newscast. We've been tracking severe weather for the better part of this Tuesday afternoon, going back to shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon as these storms fired up in southern Indiana, tracking off to the southeast, producing some hail, gusty winds, strong damaging winds in a few spots, and even the potential for a couple of tornado spin-ups. Well, now that line is well south of the metro. Here's Louisville, all of southern Indiana, I-64. Notice it's the parkways now, and especially south of the parkways where that severe weather threat continues to enhance our far southern communities. And this will be the case for about the next 1 to 2 hours. I think once we get beyond 6:30, 7 o'clock, we will be done. The threat will have passed off to the south, and that will be it. But as it stands right now, we are still dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings all along and just south of this line of storms for this strong straight line winds right now anyway, and those are showing up quite vividly where you see these brighter shades of green, a little bit of red showing up in there. So some strong straight line winds coming out of these storms. Lebanon and Marion County, back into sections of LaRue County, back into Grayson County, especially just south of Litchfield and south of the Western Kentucky Parkway. In addition to those scattered pockets of very strong wind, well, we're looking at extremely heavy rainfall, rain that could cause some ponding and some localized flash flooding. Now, north of the zone of storms up through Louisville, a lot of that water is likely receding. We did have some flash flooding around town, but this is the flash flood threat over the short term, over the next 30 minutes or so. And you can see it's running very high, especially from near E-Town and points off to the south. Now, the rain is shutting down here north of the parkways, but what has already fallen, well, it could still be causing runoff issues. So you can see some of the rainfall tallies the last 1, 2, 3 hours. I mean, you're looking at 2, 3, localized 4 inches of rainfall, I'm sure, underneath some of those heavier cores, some of those supercells that fired up and moved off towards the southeast. So all the nasty weather, all the severe weather threat now well south of Louisville and basically close to, but especially south of the parkways. Watching from Bardstown, you are done. okay, with any and all severe thunderstorm activity. Close to an E-town, you're just getting out of the warning. Still have some locally heavy rainfall around, some thunder and lightning, but the nastiest of the weather is now south of you. Watching from Lebanon, Campbellsville, Greensburg, over to Munfordville, southern portions of, let's call it Grayson County. You are not done with the severe weather. It is moving in your direction, potential for some high winds. And Suzanne, we are still looking at that incredibly strong wind field.
It's just remarkable. So this is just a little bit to the south of Lebanon. It's heading into the Greenbrier area. So this is right on top of Peck Ford, Greenbrier, heading towards Bradfordsville, Belltown, right along 68, right near Newmarket. Just to give you some street level mapping here, this is right along Highway 208. When we sample this and show you what's happening, 78-mile-per-hour winds. This is just about 3,000 feet up. This is again right near Highway 289, right along 68. Jay, we're seeing a wind potential of 85 miles per hour here. That's right near Belltown, just off of McElroy Pike. That's going to be heading into Bradfordsville Road in the next several minutes. Just remarkable how much strength involved and how this particular storm has maintained its wind strength really for about the past, I would say, 40 minutes, an hour maybe.
Oh, yeah, easily. Coming out of Brandenburg, where it formed and tracked all the way off to the southeast, impacting a fairly narrow but very long path of damaging wind that came out of this storm. And right now, that damaging wind seems to be in east and southeastern portions of Marion County. There's the track. Suzanne's putting it on for us. Boy, originated way up here, right in this zone, and just came running off towards the southeast. Another one here in western portions of Jefferson County. We had some more. The radar is now getting beyond what happened earlier in the day, but we had more that came out of southern Indiana through the east end of Louisville. So these storms, very strong in nature, and the simple reason why, typically you don't see this in late July, the jet stream. The jet stream has dipped down through the Ohio Valley. Typically this time of year, that jet is way up in Canada, all right? But since it has dipped this far south, and add to that, you know, the fuel you need for showers and storms, boy, the storms developed, tapped into those winds aloft, brought them down to the ground in an organized fashion. As it stands right now in town, we're looking at 75 degrees. Boy, have we cooled off. Just before the storms hit, those temperatures were up around 90. The heat index, 106 degrees. Well, you can see things have cooled off behind the storms, rebounding a little bit the farther north you go, but the severe weather threat is now coming to an end across the region. Looking at bluer skies as we look off to the west and northwest of the metro area. So again, all the severe weather right now is pretty much off to the south, along and especially south of the parkways. And it appears everything will continue to sink off towards the east and southeast as well. Matt, what do you have?
You know, Jay, we're talking about here, we're in the peak of the evening rush right now, right? And it's been some rough weather so far this afternoon. Flash flood warning still in effect for the metro. Got a report, too, of at 6 Mile and Breckenridge Lane, where there is the low water crossing that goes kind of underneath an overpass. Water rescue there for a sinking car. Was also talking to Mo. She said in the can opener close to the U of L campus, also there have been some water rescues there as well. So never cross water covered roadways. Even after the storm, we're still having some drainage and flooding issues there. And also, Jane, I think you might have mentioned it just a moment ago, with the main front, it's nothing severe, but a couple more showers trying to pop up. So we may have those for the next hour or two until the front and the drier air moves on in.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So still dealing with some severe weather to the south and southeast. Look at that wind field right now. This is likely a little bit higher in the atmosphere, but boy, I mean, 90, 100 mile an hour winds being picked up on the radar scan as this is moving through southeastern portions of Marion County as we speak. As we kind of pull out and take a look at the entire viewing area, That's the strongest wind field we have, and we have other strong storms that extend farther off to the west as well on into southern portions of Grayson County. So it has been one stormy afternoon across the region, kicking off during, the 1-2 o'clock hour to the north of town. Jennifer, Rick, we have been dealing with, sporadic pockets of strong winds, wind damage, maybe a tornado spin up, especially in Hardin County, northern Hardin County. But some of these winds still in our southern communities, upwards of 90 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, you timed it all out right for us, that's for sure.
You've really, Jay, and the entire team been here since this morning working to make sure everybody's safe. We've seen some damage, of course, across the area, as Jay and Matt just mentioned. Let's take a look at some video from Owen County. Now, this video was taken by Justin Widener as he was driving there along a field in Owen County near Highway 127 in Stewart Ridge Road. You can see in the distance what looks like a funnel cloud there, Jay. This is a tornado, I'm told, touching down there in a field a good distance from where he is, which was smart not to get so close. You can see the lightning there as well.
Yeah, no question. That was a tornado that came down. Matter of fact, that storm really organized just east of Carrollton in our viewing area. Carroll County was underneath a tornado warning for several minutes. That storm moved a little farther east, guys, and just out of the viewing area, that's when that happened, that tornado touchdown.
Massive and impressive. Down trees in Goshen off Highway 1793 near Creasy Mahan Nature Preserve. Video shows trees pulled down power lines there.
And of course, our neighbors in southern Indiana had to deal with some of this as well. Down trees, blocking a road there in Sellersburg. This at Perry Crossing Road and Covered Bridge Road. What a mess there. 2 miles west of I-65. You can see, as they always do, great neighbors and first responders there in southern Indiana out there already making sure everybody's safe, getting everything cleaned up, because we know we're in that very busy time frame of people heading home from work.
Jay Cardosa, you've had your hands full, did a great job. We're out of the woods right now, right?
Guys, as far as the metro is concerned, everybody north of the parkways, let's put it that way, okay? If you reside north of the parkways, northern Kentucky, on through southern Indiana, you are out of the woods. However, you go south of that zone, no. A brand new tornado warning has just been issued. This is southeastern portions of Grayson County. This extends into southern portions of Hart County, okay? We have strong rotation once again being picked up in this particular supercell as that thing formed back in Hancock County and has been intense ever since it really got its act together. On occasion, that rotation strengthens to tornadic levels, hence tornado warnings being issued along its path. To this point, no confirmed touchdowns from this storm, but I'll tell you what, there's so much energy in the atmosphere, wind energy, thermodynamic energy, in other words, instability or fuel for the storms, that, boy, a tornado could rapidly develop at any time. And this is very close to the Wax area, okay? There's State Road 259, Litchfield a little bit higher up, but the rotating part of the cell, which is moving out of southeastern Grayson County, will be pulling into Hart County. That continues to move off to the east-southeast. And this has been kind of a slow-moving storm, 20, 30 miles an hour. Suzanne Horgan is actually tracking that cell for us and tracking the most dangerous part of the cell, i.e., the rotation. So we're talking Nolan Lake Estates, 525, Snap area about a minute before that, Hilltop, 528. You get down to near Broadford, Pine Springs, and Roseburg, a little bit closer to the bottom of the hour. So don't put down your guard anywhere from I-65 in Hart County and points off to the west. There's the strong wind field as indicated by the brighter shades of green and red, and on its northern flank, a little bit of rotation. Now again, this is south of you folks in Litchfield, okay? The most dangerous part of the cell is to your south and southeast, but not by far. So if you're in Litchfield, you're just about out of the woods. You can see just off to the north of Litchfield, not much happening. A few cells are trying to redevelop, but the severe potential is basically along and especially south of the Western Kentucky Parkway, well south of the Bluegrass Parkway. But again, embedded within this zone of storms, some still producing bouts of severe weather, whether it's straight line wind damage or quick hitting tornado spin-ups. Suzanne, a pretty nasty little couplet right there.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because this particular storm actually had a tornado warning on it that we were tracking earlier. Then it kind of calmed down a little bit. Now it's starting to exhibit some rotation once again as it continues to move really pretty slowly at about 20 to 30 miles per hour, about 30 miles per hour to the south and to the southeast, moving right on top of 259 at this point. So it's right into the Annetta area, heading to Wax in the next couple of minutes. I want to point out that this is not the only storm that is of utmost concern for us. We are also continuing to monitor that storm with very powerful winds over into the Bradfordsville area. This storm actually looks like it has weakened a little bit. We had some wider wind fields that were showing up anywhere from 80 to 100 miles per hour. Again, that's on the radar. But now it looks like that has been able to calm a bit, but still picking up winds of about 65 miles per hour. The only warning that we have as far as a tornado warning is, in fact, that one for Grayson County. It does then scoot over into sections of Hart County. As Jay mentioned, very important to point out, this is going to be south of Litchfield, and we're going to be watching it very, very closely because it has been not behaving, Jay, because we're looking at it kind of calming down, then starting to rotate again. So we'll be watching this one very closely.
Yeah, and I think we have to as it tracks over the Wax area into portions of Hart County. Matt has been analyzing this storm with the storm analyzer, looking at the wind field, looking at the CC coefficient, the correlation coefficient, in other words. Matt, what are you seeing right now with this storm? It looks pretty nasty.
It definitely does, Jay, no doubt. This is a rotating thunderstorm. We see that on the velocity images. Not picking up a big signature of any debris signature, so that's good news. But remember, this is right over Nolan Lake in the southeastern portions of Grayson County. You definitely don't want to be on the water or outside in this storm. So this is why we say you got to get back on the shore and head into a point of safety, even if you don't catch a tornado out of this storm. Strong wind gusts, heavy rain, lightning. But again, we're going to continue to monitor as each one of the velocity scans on the radar. Takes a couple minutes, but as each one comes on through, we get new data. You see difference of the greens and reds or the velocity image, and then we can compare that to anything in the correlation coefficient or what that really shows when we look in terms of tornado-warned storms. When we get less in the way of the purples and reds, we start to look for different pixels on there, and in particular, anything that starts to go towards the greens and blues. When we see that, that could indicate that things like trees and debris are being sucked into a tornado, and that can, even without a visual, putting a visual on any tornadoes, you can get radar confirmed tornadoes on the ground. We saw that earlier in northern Hart County, just north of Fort Knox, with a warned storm a couple of hours ago with this same system. So continuing to keep eyes on it all, Jade. Absolutely still some very good rotation, really right over Nolan Lake and around the Wax area. So we'll continue to monitor as newer and newer information comes in. Just looking at the latest too, right around Wax area. That's one that I'm going to continue to keep an eye on over the next scan or two.
Matt, that track, would that take it close to Munfordville? Kind of looks like it would, huh?
It would. I would think it's going off towards the east and southeast. So it would be very close, maybe between Munfordville and Bonnieville. If we take that just on off, or really we'll look over here. If we take that off towards the east and southeast, it's going towards that I-65 corridor in Hart County.
Gotcha. Okay, Matt. Thank you so very much. Great information. All right. So there we go. You got the tornado warning that continues southeastern portions of Grayson County through Hart County for the next several minutes. In addition to what could be a quick-hitting tornado spin-up, no doubt a straight-line wind threat that could be in excess of 60 miles an hour, and a flash flood threat. The rain coming down out of these things is incredible. Rainfall rates, how slow some of these storms and cells are moving. We're getting runoff issues. We're getting ponding. So flash flooding also a real threat. Suzanne is tracking what could be a damaging straight line wind threat here as it moves on into sections of Hart County. Broad Ford right around 5:30, Big Windy 5:31, down towards Wheeler's Mill 5:35, and finally the Priceville area about 20 minutes before the top of the hour, just about 5:40 Eastern Daylight Time. That's when some of those stronger winds could be impacting your area. Of course, you remain under a tornado warning for that rotation showing up right there. Pine Springs and Wax. Pretty nasty looking cell as it continues to track off to the east and southeast. Just about out of the Nolan Lake area and moving towards Hart County here in relatively short order. You know, farther north, the metro in the clear, but we still have, you know, reports of trees down. We still have some flooding going on. Mo, what's the latest on your end with that?
Well, I'm looking at the rain totals here just over the last 6 hours, and we could probably cut that back to more like 3 or 4, but over 2.5 inches of rain north of Brandenburg. The Hardin County Mesonet picked up 1.94 inches of rain as of about half an hour ago. So very high rain totals, and in the metro, you know, there are plenty of places that do not drain very well. One in particular, the Louisville can opener. This photo came in from Mike Gadd, and you can see that that overpass, or I guess the underpass, is flooded. And you know the drill. You do not drive through flooded roadways. There have been multiple water rescues across the metro in a few of the usual spots. And also, let's talk about the storm damage that is from those stronger storms that moved through Oldham County. Here is a view of trees that were down in Creasy Mahan Nature Preserve. This came in from Zachary Wilt with the Oldham County Emergency Management. And this is Harmony Landing Road. This is pretty close to Rose Island Road. So that is blocked at this point. And notice on one side of the screen, you've got a giant tree over the roadway. And on the other pictures, the trees fell over the power lines. The power lines have been knocked down. So if you do encounter an area or a roadway that has a power line that's down, do not drive near it, turn around, get out of there, call 911, let them know where that is, but you do not want to drive anywhere near a downed power line. It's incredibly dangerous.
Okay, Mo, thanks so very much. Hey, guys, up in the booth, if you would, put Analyzer in the key wall for me real quick. We've got a dual screen here. This is the tornado-warned storm. This is Grayson County. This is Hart County. There's the Wax area, Nolan Lake. And that's the tornado vortex signature showing up on the velocity scan. We go over to the other side, the correlation coefficient, and we do have some green starting to show up close to, I mean, this is just out of phase a little bit, but it is close. So we'll watch it closely right now. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but it's getting close. Just know, stay in your basement. If you're anywhere from Wax on into the western one half of Hart County, this is a dangerous looking storm that could spin up a tornado at any time, as that rotation is still quite strong. A very tight, what we call velocity couplet, as it's moving off to the east and also the southeast. Yeah, look at that. Take us back to the other radar, Lynx 1. We've got a gate-to-gate shear 100 miles an hour, 106 miles an hour. So there is likely, you know, probably a developing tornado down in this zone. That's what the radar is showing.
Yeah, that just picked up just moments ago when you were talking about that, Jay. We were seeing that just kind of really catch the eye there with those really powerful winds there. So that coincides with what you guys were looking at with the correlation coefficient and showing a little bit potential for some debris out there. But certainly this would indicate, unfortunately, what looks to be a very powerful storm there.
Yeah, it is coming together. The latest track on the latest scan, I should say, on the analyzer. Take me back to the analyzer, guys, if you're real quick here. Let's go to the analyzer. Okay, there's the rotation, and there is the correlation coefficient showing debris that might be being picked up by that rotation. Everything's becoming co-located, so it appears that a tornado could be forming or on the ground right on the Hart-Grayson County line as it moves off to the east and also the southeast. As Matt talked about, this thing is pushing towards the I-65 corridor, anywhere from Bonnieville down to Munfordville. Stay in your place of safety anywhere in western Hart County for the next several minutes. A dangerous storm that appears could be producing a tornado as we speak, moving off to the east and southeast. Even if it's not producing an actual tornado, that is a dangerous storm, no doubt capable of producing winds in excess of 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour.
So that's right near Sportsman's Paradise, right near Pine Springs, heading over into sections of Hart County. That's where we're currently seeing the really powerful winds just outside Wax. So this is going to be bearing down on Hart County in just moments here, right near Lyons Mill and heading a little bit to the south of Priceville as that storm moves through with those really just incredible winds here at this time with 58-mile-per-hour winds, co-locating with 51-mile-per-hour winds here just to the north of Roseburg here.
Okay, it's close. It's not quite. Let's go back to Lynx 1. It's not quite gate to gate. If it were, we'd see the bright green right next to the bright red. It's close, though. I mean, this is a very, very tightly compact rotating storm, so we're going to watch this very closely. And the bottom line, there's already a tornado warning in effect. So again, stay in that place of safety. Okay, Suzanne, let's go ahead and pull out. You can see the latest radar update, pushing everything farther off to the east. All right, so severe weather threat continues south of the parkways, our far south and southeastern communities. You can see a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for portions of southwestern Hardin County. Then down to the tornado warning here in Hart County. You pick up additional severe thunderstorm warnings that arc from Greene County, Taylor County, southern Marion, and then off to the northeast to near the Lexington vicinity or just south of there. This entire zone continues to sink off towards the south and southeast. Still picking up what looks to be a very strong wind field in the storm that's coming out of Marion County, clipping northeastern Taylor County. That will be soon pushing into Casey County and out of the viewing area altogether. And then we have the other very strong thunderstorm, the tornadic storm, that's sitting now in western portions. There you go, sitting now in western portions of Hart County. So that is a debris signature. We were worried about this. Debris signature being picked up on the radar scan now, western sections of Hart County, right around Wax, just east of there. This is tracking off to the east and southeast. Suzanne, if you would, let's put a track on that guy. Okay. This is a, on radar, confirmed tornado as we have debris in the atmosphere moving off to the east-southeast at speeds of around 25, 30 miles an hour. Cub Run, right about now, 5:38 or so. And as we go out in time, you can see the Kessinger area right around 5:47. Go down to Munfordville just before the top of the hour, 5:56, all Eastern Daylight Time here. Glen Lily right around 6:05. So it does appear a tornado is on the ground right now in western portions of Hart County, moving off to the east-southeast at speeds of around 25, 30 miles an hour.
So the National Weather Service has now gone with confirmed tornado, but that would coincide with everything that you were talking about and that Matt was talking about with the debris signature showing up. So you guys had eyes on this really as it was just sort of evolving at this point, but now unfortunately now confirming that there is debris in the atmosphere that the radar is able to pick up at this time. And that, of course, is also where we are picking up that strongest rotation, where we were seeing those winds close together at anywhere from about 58 miles per hour to about 51 miles per hour.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So there you go, folks. It's just off to the north of Cub Run, and it is moving off to the east, slightly south of east, heading towards the I-65 corridor. Tornado on the ground right now, just east and southeast of Wax here in western portions of Hart County. Stay in your place of safety. Get into that basement. No basement, lowest level of your house. Put as many walls between you and, of course, the outside to help slow down any debris that could be flying around. Debris is the #1 thing that hurts people when we're talking about tornadic weather. So want to stay clear of that and stay away, of course, from all windows. Street level mapping here. We've got Priceville Road over towards the Macon area. You've got Cave Hill Road as well, Roseburg. This is ground zero right now in between Macon and Cub Run for that tornado. That's where it appears to be on the ground at this time. Basically, this zone right here moving off to the east. So making a beeline towards the Kessinger area, Mount Beulah, as well as the Winesap region as well. That is the debris signature, debris being flung into the atmosphere by this tornado as it continues to push off to the east. So this is also heading towards Litchfield Crossing there in the I-65 corridor in relatively short order. The velocity scan is looking quite mean. Mo, what do you have there?
Well, I'm just watching 65 right now, so this is kind of the area where that tornado, if it continues to hold together, it's going to be heading in between Bonneville and Munfordville. So this is one of the cameras along the I-65 corridor, and you can see the rain ahead of it. I mean, it is still coming down very heavy in this area.
So that is Munfordville right there that you were showing us?
This is closer to Bonneville,
okay.
And then this is over by Munfordville. So in between, I mean, like I said, if it holds together, we might be able to see it cross over the I-65 corridor, but hopefully it'll fall apart before then.
Okay, Mo, thanks so very much. So we still have, Matt still appears another scan has come in, and it still looks like we got debris on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's co-located with the best rotation, too. So this is, evidence of a tornado on the ground. Even though we may not have visual confirmation, we do have the radar confirmation of that. If we continue to kind of pace it off to the east and southeast, very near, maybe just south of Munfordville, on 65, it's going to be a close call there. So we'll continue to monitor it, but some of the indications off of the radar have been at times up around that EF1 strength, with this. So we'll continue to watch it very, very closely. But yeah, we've now had multiple scans of the radar with a co-located area of best rotation with that debris signature from the tornado.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So, folks, stay in that place of safety, certainly in between Cub Run, Macon, and off to the east and southeast as you get closer to Munfordville, Litchfield Crossing, the Kessinger area, the Winesap area as well. That is a tornado that is on the ground. Suzanne, if you would, let's take off the debris tracker there, that debris signature. And can you take me back about 2 scans or so?
Sure.
Just want to get an exact track of this thing. Okay. All right, let's go forward again. Let's go back to where it is. Okay, yeah. Matt, yep, right over Kessinger and immediately north of Munfordville. That's where this tornado is tracking. Folks, you got to be in your basement. This is a very dangerous storm, a storm that is producing a tornado on the ground at this time. Forward speed about 30 miles an hour or so. The Canmer area, a little after 6 o'clock. That takes it on the eastern flank of Hart County. Prior to that, it'll be impacting Kessinger 545, Litchfield Crossing 550, Munfordville 553. So still a dangerous storm that is tornadic in nature. Now, outside this tornado warning, we still have nasty weather ongoing farther east, to include you folks in Greensburg, in Campbellsville, and then arcing off to the east from there. But in the viewing area right now, here's Hart County, Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties. That's the viewing area. Southern portions of Marion, just about out of the woods. And then you move south of Adair, that's outside of our viewing area. I would give it about another hour or so, and we should be out of the woods. We are picking up a little bit more thunderstorm activity, as you can see, kind of scattered about off to the north, non-severe. The atmosphere's kind of been turned over as we went from 90 degrees with a heat index of 106 just before the storms moved into the metro, down to 75 degrees here in town. So we've really flipped over the atmosphere. But nonetheless, as a cold front moves in, getting enough lift that we're starting to see a couple of additional cells. Not severe. The severe threat's still alive and well south of the parkways, our far southern communities, and noted the biggest by, if you will, that tornado warning that continues. Jeez.
And that looks actually worse here now, doesn't it, Jay?
Yeah, gate-to-gate shear is really increasing with this thing. So, Suzanne, if you tap that yellow like you did, and then the green right next to it, right next to it.
Let me zoom in a little bit
Yeah,
here.
right there. These two guys right here, these 2 pixels. That'll give us gate-to-gate on that. So we're looking at winds easily with this potential tornado. What, 125, 130?
Got a 120 there, 54.
Yeah, tap this one right here for me, if you would.
Okay.
Suzanne. Was that 35?
35.
So 155?
35.
Okay, let's go back to the split screen. Let's go back to Analyzer with our velocity and also the correlation coefficient. Matt, still showing up. I mean, the rotation has certainly tightened and increased. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that correlation coefficient.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that went down a little bit, but I think some fluctuations would be, you know, reasonable in this. But yeah, the rotation is no doubt strengthened. This is a very strong tornadic storm that's heading very close to Munfordville here in the coming minutes. So if you're watching along that I-65 corridor, both north and south of Munfordville, definitely be in your place of safety. Lowest level of your home, basement is best, and put as many walls between you and the storm. And I think, did you just see that update,
Sure did.
Jay? We just got the latest, and yeah, it is a little better. I'm going to even zoom in. Right there, you can see, and you've got the MDA marker too. That kind of gives you a good reference point, that little yellow triangle that shows you some of the best rotation co-located with that tornado debris signature. So what we are seeing here in central and western portions of Hart County does show that radar confirmed tornado on the ground, and it is gathering debris. Likely some tree debris and perhaps some debris from fields and farms, and lifting that into the air. And you can see off on the right-hand side of these panels, there is Munfordville, which is really very near the edge of this tornado warning. So we may need the Weather Service here in the next few minutes, and it looks like they just did extend that to cover all of Munfordville and really the southern and eastern portions of Hart County, Jay. So the Weather Service on top of this as well to get those warnings. So they're likely going to be hearing the sirens going off through central, southern, and also eastern Hart County now.
Looks like it's trying to take a little bit of a right turn now, huh?
Absolutely, so, yeah. As you would expect, right? The stronger the rotation gets with this, you kind of get that more of a curl off towards the east and southeast.
Okay, so hopefully if this thing maintains its strength and intensity, it will go south of Munfordville. But folks, you can't put down your guard. If you're in Munfordville, surrounding areas, still hearing the tornado warning, get to your place of safety right now and stay there until the danger is past. This is a pretty strong tornado that is on the ground right now, causing some damage, chewing up the countryside and throwing that debris into the atmosphere. And it is starting, it's getting closer and closer to a fairly well-populated center. So we want you to be in your place of safety. Hopefully that thing will dive south and we won't have to worry about it. But as it stands right now, tornado warning in effect, not only for Munfordville, but let's pull out here just a little bit. Guys, if you would, let's go back over to Links 1. Okay, so here's first tornado warning. There's the second one that was issued downstream to include the rest of south central, southeastern portions of Hart County, and that catches far west and southwestern Greene County as well for the next several minutes as this supercell, this tornadic supercell, tracks its way off to the east-southeast. at speeds of around 30 miles an hour. To the east of there, no tornado warnings, but plenty of heavy rainfall and what could be gusty winds on a scattered basis, especially in east and southeastern portions of Taylor County moving into Adair County. But that seems to be the main show in town right now, that tornadic thunderstorm that no doubt is producing a tornado on the ground as we speak.
And it'll be interesting to see if we're able to get some ground truth here, Jay. Obviously, with it moving into such a well-populated area, it does look like it is bearing down on the Munfordville area. So certainly we should be able to get some indication of exactly what's happening with some storm reports, with it being daylight out there. So I would suspect that we'll probably be getting some reports in relatively short order as that storm continues to move over the Munfordville area. So obviously that's where you need to be in your place of safety. And you'll notice when you see that purple box right there, that is because it is a confirmed tornado. So it's radar confirmed at this point because of the debris signature that's showing up. So again, confirmed tornado here. You can see that by that purple shade that's showing up here. So that's right on top of Munfordville, and heads up for our Greene County community as well.
Now the visual side of things, let's go over to Mo. Mo, what's that right there? What are we looking at?
This is I-65 at Munfordville. This is the Trimark traffic camera that is along the I-65 corridor, and this could be exactly where it's headed. I wanted to show you what it looks like, at least the radar that is overlaid onto the I-65 corridor, so between Munfordville and Bonnieville. But the camera itself, this one is closer to Munfordville, and it is coming down incredibly heavy in this area.
It looks like nighttime there.
It does. And you said this, you know, it's the daytime, but no, it looks like night on this camera. So I'm going to monitor this because this storm looks like it's going to be headed right over this area here in the next few minutes.
Okay, so we are tracking a tornadic thunderstorm that appears to have a tornado on the ground. The rotation intensifies, weakens a little bit, re-intensifies just over the past 10 minutes. This thing was rapidly rotating. We did have a debris signature as well. Correlation coefficient showing debris in the atmosphere co-located with this tight velocity couplet, indicating that there was indeed a tornado on the ground. And National Weather Service agrees with us, has put out the tornado warning and extends farther off to the east-southeast. Now to cover from places like just west of Munfordville along Interstate 65 in central and southern portions of Hart County, off to the east from there, from Canmer to Hardyville to Brunel Crossing down to Uno, as well as Horse Cave. All you folks underneath the tornado warning, get to your place of safety and stay there until the danger has passed. A very strongly rotating storm. That rotation is now pushing into the west side of the Munfordville area, close to and just west of 65 at this time. So we will continue to track this, and you can see the swath of the rotation with this storm as it really developed, got going up around Litchfield, rotation strengthening, and then strong enough to produce a tornado that appeared on radar just southeast of Wax and has now continued to move down to near the Munfordville area and continues to move off to the east and southeast.
Jay, some of the wording from the National Weather Service on this warning is now, even though it is still considered a radar-confirmed tornado, they're using wording like confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, located, inching closer to the Munfordville area, and it is a particularly dangerous situation. So they're starting to ramp up the wording in the warning here as it gets closer to Munfordville and a larger populated area.
Okay, not good news. So we're going to continue to track this and be on with you until this storm gets out of the area altogether. Again, we have that tornado that appears to be on the ground, a large tornado on the west side of Munfordville. There you can see the city of Munfordville itself and Woodsonville. There is 65 right there, and this storm, this tornado, moving steadily off to the east and southeast, will certainly catch the west and southern sides of this community here, these communities, over the next 10-15 minutes, and then it will continue to push off to the east. So an extremely dangerous situation for portions of central and especially southern sections of Hart County as we speak. Tornado warning in effect with a confirmed tornado on the ground.
And strong winds with this one, Jay. You can see as we're kind of sampling those winds close together, not quite as extreme as what they were earlier, but still powerful nonetheless. And obviously moving over a densely populated area. So that is of utmost concern here into the Munfordville area, Woodsonville as well. So you can still see, still exhibiting some rotation at this time. Mo was showing us some of the Trimark cameras that were down right along 65 in Hart County. And it looked like they were kind of blacking out from time to time, that they were losing actually power as we were seeing that rain coming down in sheets with those very, very powerful winds. And as Matt pointed out, the National Weather Service now using, unfortunately, language such as a large and destructive tornado on the ground. So we're going to be obviously continuing to monitor this through the Munfordville area where we've been tracking this very powerful storm.
Yeah, you got to get to your basement because you're not going to see this thing. It is totally rain wrapped. I mean, it's in a shroud of heavy rainfall right now as it moves off to the east-southeast. So anywhere central southern portions of Hart County on into far southwestern Greene County, tornado warning in effect. Get to your basement, folks. Stay there until this danger has passed on by. Real quick, we'll come right back to this tornado-warned storm. Let's take a look at the rest of the region. Let's get a reset here, if you will. And you can see this wavy line of severe storms running from western portions of West Virginia, down just south of Lexington through Richmond, and then down in between Litchfield and Bowling Green. A few other cells have tried to repop farther west and northwest out to near Owensboro, and even a couple of cells to the north of the metro. Suzanne, if you would, let's go ahead and pull in tight. Just take me north a little bit for folks watching us here in Louisville or southern Indiana. Couple of showers, but nothing to be concerned about. These are not severe. We're not expecting any more severe weather for the metro. You go farther south, some of these storms are fairly strong here close to Hardinsburg, south of E-Town, but are not severe at this time. All the severe weather farther off to the south, where we have the tornado-warned storm, tornado on the ground, and completely, again, rain-wrapped at this time. And you can see that batch of heavy rain as it extends off to the east from there, right through Greene, Taylor, and northern portions of Adair County on into Casey County, just east and southeast of the WLKY viewing area. And if you have friends and family, it's summertime, but there could be still kids down in Bowling Green. Notice there's a big storm that has popped up west-northwest of Bowling Green. There's Warren County right there. A storm has gone tornadic. A tornado warning has been issued immediately west and northwest of Bowling Green. So we'll watch that. I realize Bowling Green, not our viewing area, but we have a lot of friends and family, I'm sure, down in that vicinity. So we'll keep you apprised of that. Guys, what's the latest on this Hart County tornado warning?
So we're still in effect. We're watching the Trimark traffic camera down on Interstate 65 because really the heart of the storm is getting ready to come over some of these cameras that we do have access to. So that's where we're showing you. You see the rain at times is blowing sideways. There is so much humidity and moisture in the air that even if this tornado that we believe to be on the ground here moves on through, we may not see it very well. Although I do think Trimark might be trying to spin the camera in the direction away from the rain, so we might be able to get a little better view, but that's about it. You just get the idea that travel is very, very tough and definitely not recommended into a tornado warning. And remember, even when you're driving, if you have the WEA, the way alerts on your cell phone, even the WLKY mobile app, if you have the location services on, you will get that information even as you are moving across the region. And it is information that is definitely needed on a day like today. But Jay, we still have that very tight rotation right over Interstate 65 right now, near and immediately south of Munfordville. Still some indication of perhaps a debris signature from this tornado as well. It's not as strong as it was a couple of scans ago, but nonetheless, there's still indications of that, and the tornado warning for a radar-confirmed tornado continues across portions of southern and central Hart County now.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. Yeah, dangerous situation for our friends in Hart County from Munfordville down into Woodsonville as well. That part of Hart County, ground zero for this tornado, a tornado that appears to be on the ground. At one point in time, an extremely large and dangerous tornado as it was cruising its way across western Hart County. Now it's on top or just east of Interstate 65 and is very close to Munfordville. A very dangerous situation at this point in time. This storm will continue to push its way east, slightly south of east to near Hardyville, Bunnell Crossing, Pascal, and could carry its way into southwestern Greene County here in the next 15 to 30 minutes. So the tornado warning continues for that very, very dangerous thunderstorm that is tornadic, moving off to the east-southeast. Farther east, Greensburg, Campbellsville, over towards, let's call it Mansville, Merrimack. Just some heavy rainfall, gusty winds in spots, but nothing that appears to be all that dangerous in Taylor County, on into Casey County or northern Adair. I will say this storm is pushing in a southeasterly direction, so it could catch not only south and southwestern Greene County, could catch portions of Adair County. So if you're watching from Adair County, don't put down your guard. This thing is indeed just off to your west-northwest, moving in your direction.
Rotation is not as strong as it was. Jay, you can see that as we're taking a look. It is still a rotating storm, but it is not as significant or as strong as what we were seeing before. That is usually good news. Unfortunately, sometimes what you can see is these storms kind of cycle, so they can lose some of their strength and then they can regain. So we don't want to let down our guard just quite yet. As we get continuous scans of the radar, that will give us better indications of the exact evolution of the storm. But at this point, Jay, we are not seeing that tight rotation quite as significantly as we were just moments ago.
Matt, you've got the analyzer or dual screen going on there. You got the velocity on the left, CC on the right. Guys, if you would, thank you very much. We've got the debris signature back.
It's come right back, and we get in those deeper shades of blue. And Jay, you're pointing it out right now. It's perfectly co-located with the rotation on the left side of this two-panel screen. And I'm just going to take it back a couple of clicks so that you can see kind of how it progressed from west of Munfordville to near and just south. And at times, and we often see this in tornadoes, they can kind of maybe jump a little bit, go back up into the clouds and back down. And right now, I would argue that is still very much a tornado on the ground near and east of Interstate 65 and just south of Munfordville by a mile or two.
Yeah, plus on top of that, it just went over a fairly populous center. So it looks like it caused some damage down in that area. And that damage, that debris, is now being flung into the atmosphere and being picked up on the radar scan. So still a very tight velocity couplet, south side of Munfordville in Hart County, moving east-southeast. There's the debris signature being picked up. It is now a little bit farther off to the southeast. So just a nasty storm, no question about it. All right, let's go back over to Lynx 1 if we could. Supercell thunderstorm here in Hart County. This is the most severe storm we have in the WLKY viewing area. Hold in there, folks. We're almost done with this event. I'd say give it another 30 to 60 minutes, and we should be pretty much out of the woods, pretty much everywhere in the viewing area. As it stands right now, very high winds, chaotic winds, and that potential tornado that's still on the ground here in sections of Hart County, moving off to the east and southeast at around 30 miles per hour. So a dangerous situation has developed here in our far southern communities, 60 to 70 miles south of town, Interstate 65, and just south and southeast of Munfordville right now, still picking up debris in the atmosphere as this tornado, which is on the ground as it appears, moving steadily off to the east-southeast at speeds of around 30 miles per hour. Have you guys had any damage reports coming in from spotters, law enforcement, NWS personnel from this storm?
What I've heard from the NWS, and they have said things like, based off of what they have seen, that this correlates to research that suggests this would be an EF2 type tornado. So that definitely starts to get on the stronger side. And just recently, they said the tornado debris signature continues, as we've been showing you. Tornado is on the ground, followed by, they said this is certainly going to be a fairly long track tornado. So that's just kind of some of the recent wording and messages that we're getting from the National Weather Service, which is right on track with what we are seeing. Also getting in some from Taylor County, Jay, because we still got some storms farther on off to the east, as well as trees and power lines down into eastern Taylor County around Sportsman Lake Road and the U.S. Highway 68 area. So we are continuing some rough weather in our far southern communities.
Okay, Matt, thank you very much. If you're watching from Louisville, if you're watching from E-Town, Bardstown, Parkways, and especially off to the north, we are done with the severe weather threat. It's now all in our southern communities and slowly pushing off to the south-southeast. Should be out of the viewing area by 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight, and then things will really start to calm down. As it stands right now, we do have that tornado warning that's in effect for southeastern Hart County. This is now to the southeast of you folks in Munfordville. Watching from Munfordville, I think it's safe to come out of your basement as that storm, the tightest rotation, is now to your southeast. You can see it right there, just east of 31W. And very close to Bunnell Crossing. As we kind of zoom in, street level mapping, you can see some of the regions here. There's Tommy Tom's Road, for example. There's Lanoke Road, I believe is how you pronounce it, right there in south and southeastern portions of Hart County. That's ground zero for the tornado as it continues to track off to the east-southeast. And from all indications, this is still on the ground, causing damage, moving off in a southeasterly direction. In addition to the tight rotation, a broader wind field that could cause straight-line wind damage across southeastern Hart County, all pushing on into southwestern Greene County here in relatively short order.
Yeah, and so you can see right here, we were talking about this now looks a little bit more impressive even on this particular radar versus that storm analyzer. Now, unfortunately, this is right along South Jackson Highway that we're watching for this. And as each scan comes through, this storm just continues to evolve at this point with some incredibly strong winds here that we're picking up. Again, that's right near South Jackson Highway, near Little Blue Springs Church. This is north of LeGrand, just outside of Cheney Lane, right near 100 Acre Pond Road, right outside Rex, right along 31E. So certainly something that bears close watching. This has just kind of wrapped up even just in the last scan, Jay.
Yeah, it's looking quite nasty on the radar scan right now, and we're going to continue to monitor this closely as it moves off to the southeast. No question about it. And this is the most intense thunderstorm we've seen throughout the course of this Tuesday afternoon across the entire viewing area, as this wind energy has really kind of tapped into the strong instability. I mean, you walked outside earlier today, you felt how hot it was, how muggy it was. You just couldn't cool off. Dew point temperatures up around 80. That type of fuel added to a strong jet stream aloft and something to lift that type of fuel. You get thunderstorms forming, then the jet stream takes over, organizes the storms. This is the end result, straight line wind damage or tornadoes. And some of these tornadoes can be quite intense, like the one we're tracking here and now in southeastern portions of Hart County. Moving off in a southeasterly direction, this is going to carry it towards southwestern Greene, perhaps northern Metcalf and northeastern Barron in relatively short order. Now, Metcalf and Barron just outside the viewing area, but we'll continue to track that very strong tornado, that damaging tornado, as it moves steadily off to the east-southeast, affecting these communities. LeGrand right around 609, Seymour 609, that's Seymour, Kentucky. Shady Grove, 619. The Node region right around 625. Down towards Little Barron and Lyelltown, 628 to 630 Eastern Daylight Time. So still tracking this dangerous thunderstorm that just will not seem to give up.
And, you know, I was thinking when, Matt, you were mentioning some storm debris that was over into sections of Grayson County. Were you not over near Sportsman's Crossing? Because that's where we were seeing, I believe, just outside Wax, where we were picking up some of that debris signature, which was the same storm that we're now tracking here. So was that correct that there were some down power lines in that area?
I think there was one there, but that was also Taylor County.
And then there was one in Taylor County, another
which
Sportsman.
is also Sportsman Lake Road off of Highway 68 there in Taylor County. So I think we had damage at both locations, just similar sounding roadways there.
Latest scan looks a little less impressive, so that's good. If you look at the storm winds.
Okay, Suzanne, I told folks I'd keep them updated about the storm moving towards Bowling Green. Let's go over that way as well. So here's Warren County, and we do have that tornadic thunderstorm that's moving steadily off to the east-southeast. Decent rotation showing up with this particular cell. Right now it's radar indicated, but I will definitely keep you posted as it gets a little bit closer to Warren County in the Bowling Green vicinity. I know we have a lot of friends and family down there. You know, you might have kiddos down there still at Western. I know it's summertime, but that's possible. So I'll keep you posted as that supercell moves towards Warren County. All right, so let's go back to Hart County here, and you can see the intense weather that's ongoing in our far south and southeastern communities. Now east of 65, southeastern Hart County, moving off to the southeast. And if this tornado is still on the ground, you're not going to see this thing. It is totally enshrouded in rain right now. It is rain wrapped, and it is a nasty storm. Still decent rotation showing up on the velocity scan there. Green, winds blowing towards the top portion of your TV set or computer screen. Red, the opposite direction. You've got the strong twisting and shearing right there in that zone. Seems to have weakened just a little bit. So having said that, Suzanne, let's see the CC, correlation coefficient there. And that we're not picking up that distinct blue or green shading. So hopefully this tornado has lifted. You can see there it was right there, moving steadily off to the east and southeast, and that color is starting to fade somewhat. So hopefully this thing has lifted. Hopefully that debris is just, you know, coming down towards the ground, falling out of the sky, and this thing is done. But we can't put down our guard just yet. It's a powerful storm, a supercellular storm that could still be causing some issues.
And I think it's important to point out that we have seen this storm at one point look like it was weakening, and then the next scan showed it was tightening back up. So when you say you don't want to let down your guard, it's not uncommon for a tornado to lift and then come back down. So if you're in Greene County and the southern sections of Hart County, you definitely need to be in your place of safety and take care, because obviously a very dangerous storm where we were sampling those winds the upwards of 100 miles per hour. So certainly bearing close watching across areas of Greene County as well as portions of Hart County. A dangerous storm, certainly.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Let's pull out here just a little bit. I do believe that's about the only warning we now have in the WLKY viewing area. Let's pull out, Suzanne, take a look at the entire region if we could, please. Yeah, you can see other warnings farther east, other warnings farther west, but in the viewing area, just the tornado warning. Southeastern Hart County, far southwestern Greene County for the next several minutes. That warning goes until...
The tornado warning?
Yeah.
So I think, is that until 6:30, you guys?
That's going to go until 6:30. They might downgrade it to just a base tornado warning if it continues to weaken in the latest scans. But like Suzanne said, this thing can cycle back up pretty quickly. But the last couple of scans have looked like it has weakened a little bit.
Okay, most dangerous part is getting very, very close now to the Hart-Metcalfe County line right there in far southeastern Hart County, right around Wickerville and just off to the east of La Grande, south of Pascal. This is going to continue to carry its way off to the southeast. So it could clip sections of southwestern Greene County. That's why the tornado warning has been extended into a small part of Greene County. So we'll continue to watch this. It is rain wrapped. It does appear that the storm has lifted, the tornado has lifted, looking at some of the various radar scans that have come in over the past 5-10 minutes. But you know what? Whenever you have a rotating thunderstorm, chances for that storm to continue to produce severe weather for quite some time, as long as it's rotating, chances are running pretty high. So a damaging wind gust, hail, or even another tornado spin up. So again, southeastern Hart County on into southwestern Greene County. Be on the lookout. Stay in your place of safety as the tornado warning continues. And guys, this is the only severe weather warning in the WLKY viewing area at this time. The storms are indeed sinking off to the south, getting some redevelopment up near the parkways, south of Bardstown, west-southwest of E-Town. Not severe at this time, just producing some heavy downpours, but that severe threat is now in our far, far southern communities. Looking at a live look from downtown Louisville, nice and quiet out there right now as we're looking up the Ohio River. You can see some of those puffy clouds in the distance, but not producing any storms right now. Hey, it's still warm and humid out there. It's 82 degrees. We've come up from the 75 we had as the storms moved on through. Heat indices even higher than that. Hold in there. That humidity will really, really start to drop off late tonight and especially as we move through tomorrow. But the transition from the hot, muggy air we have right now to that cooler, less humid air we're going to get tomorrow, well, the byproduct is this. Some severe weather that's been ongoing for the better part of this Tuesday afternoon and now continues into this early Tuesday evening. Here we are just about 6:15 on this Tuesday evening, and strong and severe storms continue in our far southern communities, moving across southeastern sections of Hart County, and that's Greene County. This is the zone of the viewing area we really have to watch out for the next 15, 30 minutes. I think once this thing passes off to the south and gets south of Adair County, we'll pretty much be out of the woods for the rest of the evening. But until that time, we'll continue to monitor and track these strong and severe storms in our far south and southeastern communities.
And you can see they've now decided to transition over to a regular tornado warning. They have kept up the confirmed tornado, but as they continue to expand the tornado warning, they are just going to keep it as a regular tornado warning. And for the WLKY viewing area, Greene County, the very southern and western sections of Greene County, that's the area that we still have under the tornado warning. This is going to be rapidly moving out of Hart County in the next couple of minutes, so we're going to continue to monitor this. But as Jay was mentioning, farther to the north, I know it's still storming in some sections of Breckinridge County and Hardin County, but I think your severe weather threat is done. We just have to kind of get this out of our hair, and then we are done, and then we can enjoy some low humidity and much better weather. But unfortunately, a very serious storm that was moving through sections of Grayson County and Hart County this evening.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So we'll continue to watch this storm as it moves from Hart County into Greene. Finally, may clip on into Adair County. So we're going to be on the air until this thing is entirely away from the WLKY viewing area. It's that intense, the most intense rotation right there on the Hart Metcalfe County line and clipping its way off towards the southeast. North of this zone, still some scattered showers and storms, but non-severe at this time. And some of that more stable air will continue to settle southward and eliminate further strong to severe chances as the evening hours wear on. It's been quite the afternoon, no question about it. And now our far south and southeastern communities being hit kind of hard, getting hit kind of hard right now with these strong and severe storms. Another tornado warning holding just west of Bowling Green. I'll watch it for you. It's a nice little hook echo, if you will, that has formed back here just east of Lewisburg. Moving off to the east-southeast, there's the rotation. So I'll continue to monitor that storm for you while we're on the air. Just know, pretty powerful storms just west of Bowling Green. Hopefully that thing will weaken.
Jay,
Suzanne,
it looks like they are extending that tornado warning now to now include portions of Adair County. So now that's going to be extended. So that tornado warning now will continue until later this evening. So this is, again, now continuing into the southern sections of Greene County, and it also includes the western sections of Adair County as well. So even though that storm has exhibited some weakening, the National Weather Service has decided, probably with an abundance of caution, to go ahead and continue that downstream into portions of Adair County.
And Suzanne, that warning goes until
7 o'clock.
7? 7 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, so brand new tornado warning. Southern portions of Greene County, west, southwestern Adair County until 7 o'clock tonight. This includes you folks in Columbia, the county seat of Adair County. So please get into your place of safety. Stay there until the danger has passed. We have a strongly rotating thunderstorm on the Hart-Metcalfe County line. This is moving off to the southeast. Is going to be running very close to U.S. Highway 68, just south of Lyletown, and on into southwestern portions of Adair County in relatively short order. Again, from what we have seen on the radar scan, it was a tornado on the ground across much of Hart County. It looks to have lifted. We no longer have that debris signature that we once saw as it was moving very close to Munfordville, but there's still strong rotation here. And again, whenever you have a rotating thunderstorm and it's been around this long, chances for that to produce more severe weather, it's running pretty high. We're tracking the most dangerous part of that cell, Suzanne, is the Pierce area right around 626. That's when the rotation will be very close to your area. Beachville 632, Gradyville 651, Glens Fork 712, and the Cundiff area right around 717 or so. Watch out for some strong storms in and close to your area, potentially tornadic thunderstorms as well.
And because this storm has exhibited signs that obviously with the tornado on the ground, this is when you need to be in your place of safety. It does look like it may be a little bit to the west of the Columbia area. So again, that's southwestern sections of Greene County and also the western portions of Adair County. So again, the southernmost portions of the WLKY viewing area, it is not that tight couplet that we're seeing. We're no longer picking up a debris signature, but we are still seeing a strong storm that is showing some signs of rotation, an indication that it's a powerful storm with it rotating in and of itself. But you'll notice, I don't think we're out of the woods just quite yet. You can see just outside of Little Barron, we're still showing some strong winds out there. Bottom line, it's a powerful storm that's going to be kind of brushing by sections of Greene County as well as moving into portions of Adair County. So we want you to go to your place of safety. Now, this is going to be, when we take a look at the big picture here, guys, this is going to be south of Greensburg, and likely this is going to be to the south and west of Columbia. We don't want to kind of give you the clear sign yet for Columbia, but we do want you to be aware that's where it looks like right now. And that's where they have drawn on that tornado warning as well. So that's right there through portions of Pierce into Gradyville. And so we'll be watching as that continues to make its progression a little bit farther down to the south and a little bit to the east as well.
Okay, Suzanne, great information. Thank you very much. It's our far southern communities still under the gun for some severe weather, probably for the next 30, maybe 40 minutes, and then we should be out of the woods altogether everywhere. But as it stands right now, a powerful thunderstorm capable of still producing a tornado, pushing towards southwestern Greene on into southwestern portions of Adair County here in the next several minutes. So stay in that place of safety if you're in this tornado warning area. Farther off to the west, the storm that was approaching Bowling Green looks to have weakened quite a bit. Suzanne, I know we still have a tornado warning there, but that storm, well, we got some rotation showing up a little bit farther off to the west. So we'll watch that for you folks if you have friends and family there in Bowling Green in Warren County. As it stands right now, nothing in effect for Bowling Green at this time. Okay, tornado warnings in our far south communities. For the next several minutes, we do have some locally heavy rainfall that has redeveloped a little farther north. Not severe, but running from places like, let's call it Franklin Roads, Crossroads, the Stevensburg area, and then down towards close to Glendale, for example. Very heavy rainfall in this batch of storms south of E-Town. And that's heading towards you folks in Hodgenville. It is not severe, but it is locally heavy rainfall, no question about it. All the severe weather getting closer to the Kentucky-Tennessee line and sinking off towards the south and southeast at a slow clip, but slowly but surely should be out of Kentucky altogether as we move towards 7 and 8 o'clock tonight especially.
Yeah, and so I think that's a good point. The good news is once the sun sets, I think everyone can take a nice deep breath and just kind of be prepared for much quieter weather coming our way. But until we get to that point, we do want to let you know that we still have that tornado warning that has been issued for sections of Greene County. Let's go ahead and kind of dissect that storm. It's a very electric storm, Jay. You can see a ton of lightning strikes here. So it's probably a very noisy storm, a very scary sounding storm nonetheless. Let's take the lightning off and then we'll go ahead and kind of dissect that storm for you a little bit and show you it is definitely still exhibiting some rotation here as we sample some portions just outside of Little Bear, and you'll notice still picking up some pretty significant wind gusts here on the order of 52 miles per hour, and obviously the winds next to it are not quite so strong, so we don't have that kind of perfect gate-to-gate shear, but certainly an indication that we are seeing still some rotation with this particular storm.
Yeah, what's concerning is the cloud-to-ground lightning strike activity is increasing once again. So we might be seeing an uptick with this particular supercell as it tracks off to the east-southeast. We got to watch this very, very closely as it pushes towards southwestern sections of Greene County and especially western portions of Adair County in the next several minutes. So very intense supercell rotating, producing a tornado warning at this time in our far south and southwestern communities for the next several minutes.
And this storm right now, as it is not technically in the WLKY viewing area, but we are watching this closely because it is just on the cusp of Greene County. And because it's heading toward Adair County, that's why we're going to stay with you and track the storm as it moves in to Adair County. So if you're just joining us, this particular storm right here that we're tracking here is just outside Greene County, but certainly bears close watching as it's going to be moving in, I suspect, to some sections perhaps of Greene County, but most certainly it looks like into Adair County. So if you're in Keltner, Weed, Nell, Torres, Sparksville, Gradyville, certainly you want to be in your place of safety at this point.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. All right, let's pull out. Let's put the preset back on. Let's look at the entire viewing area. Go a little bit farther off to the north. And certainly you can see a couple of spotty showers north of the metro, up the I-71 corridor. Everything that did redevelop in southern Indiana seems to be falling apart. Some good news there. Still some locally heavy rainfall closer to the parkways on a scattered basis. Not severe, that is key. The severe weather threat downstate Kentucky, sagging off to the south, and will soon, over the next hour or so, be pushing towards the Kentucky-Tennessee state line out of the viewing area altogether. The only warning we have for our region is a tornado warning that clips southern portions of Greene County and western Adair County for a storm that's rotating, as Suzanne just alluded to, just outside the viewing area in northern Metcalfe County. There's the rotation being picked up right there, moving steadily off to the east-southeast. Rotation that seems to be strengthening once again. Suzanne, can you put on the CC real quick, the correlation coefficient? See what we have? Okay, good news. Don't see much there. Hopefully that trend will certainly continue as this storm continues moving off to the southeast.
And I think that's a really good point, Jay, that you were making, because it looked like it had kind of fizzled out. Now we're looking at what appears to be a re-strengthening here, a tightening of that couplet at this point. So we'll be watching that one very, very closely. And that was a concern, and I suspect that's why the National Weather Service decided to continue and extend that tornado warning, even though it wasn't exhibiting exactly the same characteristics as when we were picking up that correlation coefficient, when we were seeing that really tight gate-to-gate shear. But certainly, as that moves into sections of Adair County, it bears close watching, because each scan in most recent memory looks like it is strengthening just a little bit.
It sure does. Matt, Mo, have you guys heard anything from NWS?
Well, they're still saying that rotation is impressive and another tornado they think is imminent in that area. So yeah, we got to watch that closely, just because it's been cycling and re-strengthening, especially for folks who live, in the path of that. If we put a track on it, we're seeing that pushing into western Adair County probably within the next, 10, 15 minutes. Let's take a look. If it's moving about 30 miles per hour or so. Gradyville by 6:54, so it could be pushing into Adair County in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Matt, any further damage reports coming in from that storm?
North of Wax, there's the small town called Broadford, and there has been a report of 8 heavily damaged structures, and that searches are being conducted through them right now, and they think one might have incurred, or someone may have incurred a possible injury in that. So that is the most severe of any type of damage reports that we have had most recently. And just kind of keeping eyes on this same storm, as it continues to kind of cycle a little bit through northern Metcalfe County right now anyway. So, and one that has a history now, it looks like, of damage across the area.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So, yeah, that tornado warning continues. That rotation still looking quite nasty on the radar scan immediately north of Beachville, northern Metcalfe County, tracking towards far west and southwestern Adair County. That's why we're on with you right now. Going to stay on until this storm has either fizzled out or is out and away from the viewing area altogether, because this has produced a damaging tornado over the past 1 hour to 1.5 hours as it moved from southeastern sections of Grayson County through Hart County. Everything racing off to the east and also the southeast. All right. So southern Greene County, Metcalfe County, Adair County still under the gun for some strong to severe storms, and will be for about the next half hour, maybe 45 minutes, and that should be just about it. We should be out of the woods. As you go north of this zone, severe weather threat continues to really drop off. Still some locally heavy rainfall, but guys, as far as the watch goes, I know we're done here in the metro. Continue to be chiseled back even down near the parkways, I take it?
Yes, it has been. In fact, it's starting to move. I'm going to give you the latest update.
Sure.
A lot of flood watch, flash flood watches. That's blinking on the screen if you want to pull up links too. But you can see in the yellow, it's been trimmed back. Nelson County's still there. Washington, LaRue, possibly Hardin County. It's kind of tough to see. But as soon as, I feel like they're going to start pulling the rest of the watches back.
Yeah, it looks like from the parkways and points south, they're holding on, but I agree, Mo. I think they'll start chiseling back here in relatively short order. The watch goes until 10 o'clock tonight, just FYI. And again, in green, as we were talking about, flash flood warnings, areas of high water in scattered locations, including the metro, where we've seen some ponding, we've seen some flooding in those areas that typically get flooded out when we have extremely heavy rainfall. Additional flash flood warnings from near Brandenburg off to the northwest, here in Anderson County, and then from Litchfield to E-Town, over to Hodgenville, to near Lebanon, Raywick, all of you folks underneath flash flood warnings for the next hour or two, and then that should be it. The water will be allowed to recede. Okay, back to the radar to check out what's going on severe weather-wise, and the main show in town is one storm causing a major issue. It has put down a large damaging tornado. We know that as it was moving across Hart County. Looks like it caused some damage, as Matt was alluding to, even in southeastern portions of Grayson County. Is that right, Matt? Southeastern Grayson County?
Yeah, just I believe it's just north of the Wax area, so just kind of north of Nolan Lake, All
right, so we're getting reports of some structural damage, several buildings, homes, not sure about that, but we're going to be checking into that for you. Nonetheless, a damaging tornado tracking out of southeastern Grayson County through Hart County, and now this is northern Metcalfe County. This right here is Greene County. This is our viewing area. This is not. Nonetheless, it's very close. We're going to stay with you because this storm is moving back towards Adair County here, which is the WLKY viewing area. And I'm sure we've got folks watching us too online, streaming us even here in Metcalfe County. So we're going to continue to track that storm as it moves off to the southeast. Look like they extended the warning farther south.
It's starting to turn a little south-southeast.
Yeah.
And I think they're just trying to cover that area by adding that additional warning in Metcalfe County. I would like to continue to see that turn so it would avoid Adair County, but right now we still have Adair underneath that tornado warning, just because it could continue on that path, or it might turn a little bit more to the right, but it does look like it's still going to hit that western part of Adair County.
Matt, what are you seeing there?
Occasionally, yeah, a little, we've been following this on the correlation coefficient, looking for the debris signature. And, while it is not showing the same intensity in that tornado debris signature as it has, several minutes ago, back when it was back in Hard County, it's still there. And so at the very least, the very real possibility of a tornado on the ground in northern Metcalfe County, just north of Edmonton, and with that southward right turn, maybe heading a little closer to Edmonton than they would want.
Yeah, totally agree there. This is looking nasty once again, no question about it, and hence the extension of the tornado warning farther off to the south-southwest. So much of Metcalfe County under the gun for what could be another developing tornado, could be a strong tornado at that. That's what NWS is a little fearful of right now, as are we, as this thing just keeps cycling, and it's in a, hate to say it, but it's in a great spot to produce more severe weather, because south of there's no storms going on. There's nothing but hot, muggy air, number one. Number two, we've got some southwesterly winds closer to the ground. You get up higher in the atmosphere, those winds come from the northwest. Well, that's the directional shear you need to get these storms rotating. On top of that, those winds aloft are strengthening. So we have speed and directional shear, something we look for when we're talking about severe weather outbreaks. Add to that this heat, this humidity, this extreme fuel to get these storms popping. Well, there's the end result, storms that can quickly rotate, become severe, and produce severe weather. Tornadoes, damaging winds, and some hail. Right now, worried about a tornado here in Metcalfe County, just north of Edmonton. The tornado warning extends into southwestern portions of Adair County as well. All right, hey, real quick, Suzanne. I told people I'd keep them updated on Warren County. Let's go over there real quick, if we could. All right, so there's Bowling Green. The tornado warning that was in effect has been downgraded. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for areas west and southwest of Bowling Green. It looks like the brunt of that storm will stay south of the Bowling Green area. Some scattered storms around there, some of which could be strong to severe, some strong winds, maybe a little bit of hail with the heavier cores, but it looks like that particular supercell will stay south of Bowling Green. All right. Back to the storm over us. What do you guys see?
Well, so I definitely think that we've been seeing that continuing to kind of cycle and strengthen up a little bit. So it's really now just a question of where it decides to move. National Weather Service seems to think that it's going to be making a little bit more of a westward, southward turn versus making that southeastward movement. So that's why they've extended that through Metcalfe County to scoot a little bit more to the west. So we'll have to watch and see if it's able to hold together, if it does in fact clip portions of western Adair County at this point. So certainly under the gun would be Weed, now Sparksville, Toria, and over into the Gradyville area at this point, but it's not clear exactly if we've got anything on the ground at this point. We're not picking up anything on the correlation coefficient, but we are obviously seeing a strong tornado that is in fact rotating across portions of Metcalfe County.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So we're going to continue to monitor this, monitor it closely, stay on the air, because this is just too close for comfort. Metcalfe County, Adair County, a big thunderstorm, supercell storm moving off to the southeast that could still impact our far, far southern communities of the WLKY viewing area. Watching from Columbia, as Suzanne talked about earlier, yeah, this thing is going to miss you off to the west and southwest. Watching from Gradyville, still looks like it's could come close, but basically stay off to your west-southwest, because it's actually turning and pushing more southward with time. Nonetheless, just to make sure, we're going to keep southwestern portions of Adair County underneath that tornado warning just for a few more minutes. This right here, southern portions of Greene County, southwestern Greene County. Still some strong storms ongoing, heavy rainfall, but it looks like the bigger threat, if you will, just off to your south-southwest. But we'll watch things very closely as this storm tracks in a southeasterly direction.
And I think it's important to point out, Jay, for our friends that are in Adair County and southern Greene County, it is probably very noisy and very scary for you at this point because it is pouring rain. There's a ton of lightning out here. So really, I want you to look closely, know where you live, and then look at that tornado warning zone. So again, right into portions of western Adair County, that's where you need to be concerned. If you're in Columbia, if you're a little bit farther to the north of that, while you might have some gusty winds and quite a bit of lightning and obviously some heavy rainfall, but if you're in Nifley, if you're in Green River Lake up into Greene County there, if you're over a little bit closer over to Gresham, I think that you're just probably fine in dealing with a feisty storm there. But the storm that we're watching the most closely is one that has unfortunately exhibited rotation and unfortunately has produced a tornado on the ground with numerous reports of damage. In fact, I believe Mo and Matt were talking about some additional reports that were pulled in, yes?
We just, looks like up to 12 buildings heavily damaged in Grayson County. The National Weather Service is probably going to be going there first tomorrow morning.
Yeah, one of the locations that they were pointing out was the small town of Broadford. This is kind of on the north and eastern shores of Nolan Lake and kind of where it goes into Nolan River. So that is kind of the south and eastern portions of Grayson County is where this is being reported. It's not a huge population center, but it's been enough to get these reports in from Grayson County Emergency Management of these up to a dozen buildings that have been damaged in and around Grayson County. And Mo, as you mentioned, just like the Weather Service typically does after these severe weather events, there are going to be storm damage surveys based off of the storm reports that they have gotten. So I would anticipate not just, Grayson County, but perhaps northern portions of Hardin and Meade County, just to name a couple of locations. Also, I'm sure up towards Oldham County, where we had several trees down near Creasy Mahan and up Interstate or US 42 there. And we've also had some strong winds and reports of trees down around Pekin, Indiana. And so they'll go out, try to determine whether or not it was a tornado. If it was, what was the strength of that tornado? Or if it was straight line winds and the speeds with that. We know earlier back through portions of Marion County, we were in, and even southern Nelson County, we were getting straight line wind speeds in excess of 70 and 80 miles per hour on the radar. So the aftermath of this in kind of getting an idea on what exactly happened in the strength, that'll likely go on for the next couple of days. We'll continue to keep you updated on those type of reports as well. But right now, it is really portions of Metcalfe County just north of the Edmonton area where the best rotation is with this storm. If it continues on that more southerly track, it would steer clear of Adair County, Jay. So we'll watch that closely. But it's going to be a close call, too, as that moves on off towards the south and southeast.
Yeah, highly agree. No question about it. So we're going to continue to monitor this very, very closely. As it stands right now, the threat for a tornado running very high, central and northern Metcalfe County, very close to Beachville, towards Clark's Corner, Cork, just off to the northwest of Gascon and off to the east of New Liberty. It's that strong wind shear zone. You can see the notch. That's the inflow notch, the hot, humid air feeding into the storm down near the surface, and then it spirals up into the updraft, rotates, and then under the right circumstances, which we have tonight or this evening, that rotation tightens and reaches down to the ground. Tornado is born. And typically on the south-southwest flank, you can get a damaging straight line wind gust. We call that the rear flank downdraft. Well, this is the storm. You can see it becoming a little bit better defined again. That hook that's trying to wrap around, that heavy precipitation that's wrapping around the rotating part of the storm. So again, it's right there, very close to the Cumberland Parkway, it appears, just north of there, moving steadily off to the east-southeast. This does look like it's going to stay west of Adair, does it not?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I do agree with you, but you know what's going on? I'm looking at the lightning, Jay. A lot of positive strikes out there. Those are the, the big cloud to ground, dangerous lightning strikes. So you definitely, even if you're in Adair County right now, you do not want to be outdoors in this storm.
They just had a report from the National Weather Service that they got a report of a funnel cloud northeast. We just lost it. There we go. Northeast or northwest of Edmonton, which is kind of the path we were looking at. I mean, this is just off to the north of Edmonton right now.
And Jay and everyone, we also are starting to get some pictures in, and we'll see if we can't get these up over the next few minutes of some damage to some of the structures and buildings in Grayson County. They claim 3 people were removed from the structures. That's the wording right now. So I don't know if that means that they were injured or just maybe needed, you know, some level of assistance of getting out. But there looks to be a tree down on a home, perhaps a more like a kind of like a storage structure, a metal type building.
A couple of pole barns looks like they're just completely destroyed. The walls are taken out on a couple of those structures as well. It just, a little bit of the foundation is still standing. We will try and pull this off the National Weather Service feed and get this up, at least, you know, on our social medias. As soon as we can.
That's from the Grayson County part of that storm, of this same storm, but back when it was in Grayson County, closer to the Nolan Lake area.
So I got a report from the newsroom, Tracy in the newsroom, saying 1 person taken to the hospital. Serious injuries.
Okay. That may have been possible because they were reporting earlier the potential that someone was injured. Some, you know, very preliminary. You know, reports that were coming in. I do remember one of those in the feed, so we may have had to add a couple more to that, at the very least, you know, needing some level of assistance to get out of the buildings that they were in. Okay, it's very evident that we had a damaging tornado touchdown in southeastern Grayson County, track its way across Hart County, and is now here in northern portions of Metcalfe County, just off to the north of Edmonton right now. A funnel cloud was sighted just recently with the strong rotation ongoing, and this storm does appear to be becoming better organized once again. It's a cyclical, what we call supercell, spins up, produces a tornado. That first tornado weakens, the storm restructures, strengthens again, only to produce another tornado, and the cycle repeats. A cyclical supercell, and right now it appears that could be occurring here in Metcalfe County, very close to Edmonton, near Gascon, Cork, Clark's Corner. That area of Metcalfe County right now under the gun for this possible tornado.
And Jay, you can see what the National Weather Service has done. They have continued to trim back the Adair County portion of this particular storm. So it's really just a sliver of Adair County that is now under that tornado warning. So continuing to refine that forecast and continuing to kind of tighten up that forecast cone where that tornado warning is. And it does impact just that sliver, that very southwestern section of Adair County at this time. So the bulk of that storm is certainly really slamming across sections of Metcalfe County, northern Metcalfe County. But as far as our Adair County friends, certainly now it appears that Gradyville, you're in the clear. Also, as we mentioned, Columbia is in the clear, and it looks like Fairplay, Chance, and Sparksville, you are also looking much better as far as the track of this storm. And obviously for our friends in Metcalfe County, we're still very much under the gun of that storm. Yeah. Every time this storm goes a little farther south, that is trimmed back to the west, because the chances for that to all of a sudden make a left turn are pretty remote. So again, this storm does appear that it will miss Adair County, even though we have a sliver of a tornado warning that remains for Nell, Toria, and it looks like Coffer breeding in that region, and then all of Metcalfe County. So we're going to stay with you for just a little while longer and make sure, but as it stands right now, a very powerful storm rotating. There's the hook echo, that heavy precipitation wrapping around the rotating part of the cell as everything tracks off towards the southeast. In Adair County, I mean, you're getting slammed with heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and thunder. What we're talking about here is the tornado potential, okay? That is off to your west, and you can see the CGs, the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. I mean, this thing seems to be intensifying once again. We look for that when the storm, just prior to when we could see tornadic weather, a sudden increase in
in cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, it simply means that the updraft is intensifying once again in the region. Straight line winds, Suzanne, certainly a possibility.
Yeah,
too.
most definitely we're going to be concerned about the winds with the power of this storm. And it looks like now, Jay, as we get another cycle here, that we may have seen a bit of a tightening up here of some of that rotation, and also just a strengthening of some of those winds, if nothing else. This also is in roughly the same location where Mo was telling us that a funnel cloud was reportedly seen. So right here. And this has been a nasty little storm because unfortunately we have seen it weaken and then it has re-strengthened, and it looks like it's one of those situations where it has cycled back up again and strengthened once again with those more powerful winds. So very strong winds. Again, this is into Metcalfe County where we're looking and monitoring for very powerful winds and a rotating storm.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. There's a very good chance we're going to get you back to regular programming by 7 o'clock or so tonight. Remains to be seen for sure, but I do think this is going to stay just off to the west and southwest of Adair County. We're going to make sure, though, that this storm does indeed stay out of the viewing area. That is key. That's what we need to do. We do have, boy, lots of damage coming in from Grayson County. Mo, what are you looking at over there?
So if you can pull up links too really quickly, this is some of the photos that are coming in on our National Weather Service feed. This is in Grayson County. Some of the, what we were seeing, 12 buildings that were damaged in the storms. And I don't have all of the pictures for you, but here are just a few. And you could just see there is debris thrown everywhere. I'm not even sure what that green piece is, but there are buildings that are just down across that little area that the storm hit. This is a picture of a tree that fell onto a house, and you can just see how it crunched it right there. And then there's another picture from the National Weather Service. If you look carefully, you can see maybe the walls that have come down, that corrugated type I'm not sure if that's what that material is, but probably was the wall.
Metal?
Sheet metal. So yeah, and we've got more pictures that we're going to be posting here. I'm just trying to get them put into the system as fast as possible. But either way, a lot of damage from this storm in Grayson County.
And that was the Nolan Lake area, right around Wax in that vicinity.
Yeah, I believe the one location that was given, it's north of Wax. It's called Broadford.
Okay.
It's a pretty small area, but that's kind of on the north and northeastern edge of Nolan Lake and Nolan River. So yeah, we have a few more pictures that are similar to that, Jay, so you kind of get the idea. Trees down, buildings damaged heavily across that part of Grayson County.
Man, I have a feeling that we're going to be getting more of these pictures across Hart County too, and Metcalfe County, for example. Just a nasty supercell that developed all the way in Hancock County, Kentucky, and has been moving steadily off to the southeast, has been intensifying, weakening, really intensified southeast of Litchfield. And you can see there's the track of the rotating part of the storm. And notice how it has taken a sudden right turn. Looked like it was heading right towards Adair County, and all of a sudden a sudden right turn down through Metcalfe County, almost a southerly flow to it now, at least the rotating part, which is indicative of supercellular tornadic thunderstorms. They typically move right of the mean steering currents. So there you go. All right, so there's Edmonton right now, Gascon. This is Metcalfe County. This right here is Adair County. The tight rotation still showing up very close to the Cumberland Parkway. This is now moving into the Edmonton area where tornado warnings remain in effect. That's CC. What do you guys think there? Go back to the...
Hold on just a sec, Jay. We're looking at it.
Okay, there's the rotation. No, it is actually...
It's a little
That
south
yellow?
of that
It's
area.
south of it, so it's not really lining up. I would say no on that one right now. And hopefully this isn't on the ground. Hopefully it's still up in the atmosphere. Actually picking up a hail core, though, as it came out of Grayson and Hart counties, put down some hail in Greene County and now Metcalfe County as well. And look at that hail core. That was just off to the west of Bowling Green. So still some powerful cells ongoing in our far, far southern communities. And it looks like a tornado warning has actually been trimmed even a little bit more so out of Adair County. So we're going to watch this thing very, very closely, folks, and monitor it as it stands right now. Suzanne, let's just give a quick last update here. As it stands right now, we still have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect south of the parkways, okay? It does appear that will be chiseled away as this batch of storms continues moving off towards the south, towards Tennessee. In the WLKY viewing area, we still have scattered storms ongoing, southern portions of Grayson County, LaRue County, on through sections of Boyle County, and points off to the south. We'll watch these storms. They're not showing signs of becoming severe. The severe potential is a little farther south right now, from Bowling Green through places like Edmonton and south of Columbia, moving out and away from the WLKY viewing area. To the north, nothing showing up in the metro. We have partly cloudy skies, a few showers up the I-71 corridor. The actual cold front is still northwest, so as that moves in, could still generate a shower, but we believe the threat for severe weather is now going down across the region. And I think that trend will certainly continue as the less humid air is going to be building in. Matt, Mo, any last thoughts?
We're just, continuing to check on any of these, damage reports and images that will continue, to post online. On WLKY.com, our digital team is going to have a rundown of a lot of the damage, and I do believe our news crews are going to be out where they can be and safely into the evening. So stay tuned for that, and we'll have the latest on it. But overall, Jay, just kind of looking back towards and wanted to verify where some of those damage, that Broadford area was indeed near the Wax area. So I just wanted to confirm that. So we're talking southeastern Grayson County is where those damage reports and even the potential for maybe an injury, maybe as many as 3 there, as a couple of people were helped from some areas. And this is down around Nolan Lake. So these are vacation areas, and kind of weekend and summer homes there as well. So just kind of keep that in mind. We still have a few cells. This all started up near Carroll County, was one of the first tornado warnings of the day. There's still a downpour near the Carrollton area right now. Nothing severe, so good news there. We do also still have flash flood warnings for portions of the metro where we've had some water rescues. That goes until 7 o'clock. So Jay, it looks like in the next 5 or 6 minutes, we're going to start luckily trimming some of those warnings back. So things really starting to quiet down across the bulk of the area. But there's most definitely some cleanup to do in some of these harder hit locations.
Mo?
Yeah, and I'm just pulling up a couple more shots of some debris from that Broadford, Kentucky area. This is, I thought it was National Weather Service, but this is the Grayson County EMA that have been sending us all of these pictures. And you can see that tree just snapped off at its root, and then also that building just off to the west of that, you can just see that just in pieces. And there's another one I think I showed you, possibly this tree that came down on a house. You've got the siding coming down. This looks like a carport here underneath. It looks like that is still standing, sort of, but it is bent quite a bit. National Weather Service, they are going to be doing surveys, and I think they're headed for Broadford early tomorrow morning. I think that's their first stop.
There's in a couple of these pictures too. There's some twisting. I can see, you can easily see it, I think, off of the siding, the tree. The last one that we had, Mo, if you could go back to that really quick. The tree's kind of going towards the right, and there's
that's fine, but that's
and there's a siding on the left that's pushed in the opposite direction. So I'm
pretty safe to say it was a tornado.
Yeah, this is tornado damage.
Yeah, Suzanne.
Well, yeah, most definitely. We hope everyone is really safe, and because obviously now we're going to be dealing with some power outages, down trees. We want you to stay away, obviously, from any down power lines. I suspect we'll have a lot of power outages from these storms. So now this kind of transitions from a forecasting standpoint to a safety safety standpoint with a number of people, unfortunately, that were injured in these storms. So we certainly want everyone to stay safe. And as you are doing your cleanup efforts, please use an abundance of caution. We still have some of those flood warnings out there, Jay. So if you are driving around, obviously we want to help our friends and neighbors out there, but we just want you to be really careful.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Yeah, it's been a long afternoon for everybody as this line of storms first originated north, moved down to near the metro, causing some wind damage. Then we got into the tornado spin-ups down near the parkways and especially south of there. Things are calming down for now. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation. No warnings anywhere in the viewing area. Still a severe thunderstorm watch south of the parkways. But as all this activity moves south into Tennessee, that watch will likely be chiseled away, as we do believe the worst of the weather is pretty much behind us. But we'll be here keeping you up to date, no question about it. Crews are out right now heading southbound to get more information on what exactly happened in Grayson County, Hart County, and even into Greene, Taylor, Adair, and also into Metcalfe counties as well of South Central Kentucky. So we'll watch things closely. We'll keep you posted. Listen, for Matt, for Mo, for Suzanne and Eric, I'm WLKY Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi. Thank you very much for allowing us to keep you and your family safe and informed. Let's get you back to regular programming.
We now return to our regularly scheduled program, already in progress.